that. We're getting better at starting on time.
For what? This is probably the first time we've ever been on time. I'm just gonna say that out loud. That's why
No,
you
that's
put it
true.
here.
Right? Like, I've still got another hour before they come on.
Right? What is today? Today's Wednesday. Halfway through the week. Buddha streaking through chat. Hi, Buddha.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm tired. It is only Wednesday and I'm exhausted. I have so much to do this week.
As a fun little reminder, we are also live over on YouTube. Hello, Froggy. Speaking of which, how are you doing over there? So we are also live over there. We have a video coming out on Friday.
Do you want it on Friday now?
Or Saturday. I'm sorry. What day was it?
It was supposed to be Saturday, but if you want Friday, we can
no, Saturday. Yep. Earlier streamer usual channel. It's on Saturday or today?
Technically we're like 30 minutes later than the other days, just because we normally I work in the office and it's like an hour and a half drive for me. So usually I'm a little later home on Wednesdays. So usually we start at 8 p.m. Eastern. But this is usual for us.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot more flooding this year than we typically do. To the point where they canceled the little one's school today.
Yeah.
Because
the weather's just been atrocious for no reason.
Yeah. All that snow.
People have also been overreacting for no reason.
Also true.
Just throw that out there. Yeah, they well, Fox, they canceled school for him today. There was a 2-hour delay, so they're like, yeah, we're just gonna cancel afternoon preschool. It's like, oh, okay. Hey, Raspy Dad, how you doing?
Which completely changes what our day-to-day looks like.
Well, that's what, like, all my coworkers, when school would be off or something, everybody like, oh my God, it like throws a whole wrench in my day. And you never like actually know what that's like until you fully experience it. And now we fully experience it. So
much like your kiddos develop a routine of their own, you yourself develop a routine of your own. And again, in no way, shape, or form are we saying, oh, our kid is such an inconvenience, but more so, like I said, it's like you kind of schedule things for your day and then you have to shift, right? It's more of just an inconvenience, at least.
But either way,
we did. Do we want to talk about?
No. Corsair Santa just dropped us. Oh yes, it sounds amazing. Now you just have a mouse and camera. I need to replace it until I'm all Corsair. Yes, that's amazing. I don't think Corsair does any camera. They kind of leave that to their Elgato portion, which Elgato face cam is fantastic.
Yep.
So my whole week, school keeps getting pulled out. I know. Monday, they had like a delay. Mind you, that was when we had like the snow. They had a delay, but they didn't cancel afternoon preschool. They just, the bus was like 20 minutes late. For whatever reason, 50 degrees and rain, they decided to cancel.
It didn't even rain. Like, it rained to like, 3 a.m. and then it stopped. It didn't rain at all today.
It's just
ridiculous. Like, and
you're getting Govi integration for IQ. Let's go. That's what we have is the lights that we have that are not on right now. Is Govi. What we're trying to do is hook it up so that you guys can directly control our lights. Turn mine on. I don't even know what color mine are to start with. Green. Yay. We'll leave them that way. But yes, I love the IQ stuff. Although mine changes on occasion, and I don't know how. Like, I have a pink keyboard right now. I don't do pink. I don't know how it became pink, but it's pink. So I gotta go change it. I gotta change it, but honestly, it probably got borked when I like deleted everything on my computer.
Like
Restarted
reset
the entire machine. So I probably borked up anything that was there. So I'm just gonna go and have to redo it.
Which, if you're into fashion, ESO fashion, playing with IQ is basically like ESO fashion for your peripherals.
It is. It is. Hey, name Surfer, updating it a little wonky. Yeah. I think I have to restart mine. I think that's my problem. Eli, welcome in, Raider. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday.
How was Far Cry?
Oh, now it works.
Good. Well, you know, better late than never, I suppose.
Oh, thank you, Raspy Dad. Yeah, we're a big fan of the ESO chairs.
Yeah.
They're pretty bomb. Didn't even
Didn't
count
count.
this high.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I feel that.
Did you bring down your little box?
I have not yet.
What's
it
up with
is
email? What email, Froggy? What email are you talking about?
Oh, Eli.
Great, lots of WTF moments. I feel like there are definitely some games like that. Oh, I'm gonna fall apart. My body's giving out on me. But did you? Sorry, did you bring your box down?
No, not yet.
So, in case y'all haven't been on social media the last couple of days, a package, two packages, in fact, have arrived at our homestead, in addition to a number of other folks. If you guys are familiar with how things work around here around January, ESO has a big, massive content reveal coming. The title of the stream. Oh, it was a strange mail. That's what we're talking about now, Froggy. So we got a package, two packages again. We got two packages. ESO does their big global reveal in January, and usually just before that, some influencers, stream team members get the first clue for what the potential content will be for the year.
I should probably put that spoiler in the title, shouldn't I?
So here's the thing: is that really a spoiler?
No.
Per se,
It's a teaser.
It's a teaser. So the point of the items is so that people see them and start their giant, massive speculation, right? That's
Yep.
That's what happens when you expose yourself. Their reveals.
And
Yeah,
very
so-
rarely is anyone correct, except for like that one time where Rich got drunk.
Hello, Sean. So yeah, so like I said, they're not necessarily spoiling anything. The idea is for them to be teasers and to, like, you know, get everybody talking about it and try and figure out the puzzle, right? Very, very rarely are we ever right. And if we are, we're
Boom,
only like this
Bunny
much
Nader.
right. Bunny Nader,
Thank you so much.
how you doing? How you doing, friend? Thanks for the sub. Excuse me. So we're super excited. You're live, so you're live. I had to come say hi. Alive is good. Alive is good. Sometimes that's all you can do. You were almost 100% right one time, but you weren't.
Right? So I said, it's like, you know,
But you weren't. There's
people
always
are usually
something.
wrong,
There's always
except
something.
that
you're
one
gonna
time
find
Rich got drunk.
out. When they tease Western Skyrim. They figured it out. We're gonna war in support of the bars.
I highly doubt Bardic anything is. I
Nothing's giving me
feel.
hard vibes. I don't know. That's just me though.
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess technically there's the liars on either side of it.
Yeah.
So, do you have yours with you?
No, I don't. That's why I was gonna
Alright.
go down and get mine if you wanted me to.
So I can run
And I can
upstairs real
toss yours
quick.
down. So,
Oh,
my-
bunny.
Later. Oh, thank you for the gift subs. We appreciate you. Thank you. That's it. Eli's like, what? Huh? Aw, we missed you too. As I said, I know there's been some stuff going on for you, so we're glad to see you pop in. We're glad to see you pop in. Because I know your streaming's kind of been on and off for a little bit, so. But oh. I hear someone coming. Do we want to do it now or?
Sorry,
Okay. So, Mrs. Snorky, you guys got Iki last night. Good. I know, Slash. So, I was like taking a video today, and I almost doxed myself by putting the address label with my government name and address on the internet, but I didn't. I peeled the sticker off instead. Who was the person who dropped the hundreds? How about C-Dub? That was C-Dub on New Year's. Outliers is the paths of Joan and Jode, and I believe we get a big reveal that Fargrave is in fact a town on a moon, and that a lot of the moon path legends refer to the Oblivion travels that start in Fargrave, and that we get the town on the other moon this year, and the first zone connected to Fargrave 2 will be the current home of Faladesi. Salvez, you gave that a lot of thought. I was just excited to get a package full of leaves. And when I opened it, it exploded on my dog. And she was very confused why leaves were falling on her, but... I know, Rich, you have no idea, like, how excited, like, just laying awake at night, like, thinking of all the things. I'm sure you've seen this at least 10 times, so I'm sure you do know, but... So, we got...
I believe so, Eli. I know the missus already answered that.
Lovely box. And in it...
Slash,
a note.
I would like you to stick around because I have a theory, and it like conspiracy theory, and it dives deep, and I want you to say no with the classic player testable, and that way I will low key know.
Telling you anything, sir.
I know he's not.
We got a shard.
Someday
and we got
I feel like I'm gonna know Rich well enough.
Leaves. We got lots of fall leaves.
One of these days, I feel like I'm gonna know.
Cheerio testing going. By the way, we're still trying to master the sit down, because we're still trying to convince him that going at all on the toilet is a good thing. Some days he's just not feeling it, and he'll look at you and you're like, "Are you pooping?" He's like, "Nah." I'm like, "You're pooping, aren't you?" He's like, "Yeah."
We do that thing where it's like he'll say something. It's like, "Are you lying?" He's like, "No." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay."
There will be no vanilla beavers in Faladesi, Salvez. You cut that out. His diaper would be hanging down around his knees, and he'd be like, "Nope, didn't do it." I know. That's what I'm just like, bro. You smell. No, I don't.
So
like, stink. No, I don't. Let me check. Yeah, right. No. That's exactly. All right.
So I know what piece you have.
Hold on. I will read the letter. No, you smell. Pretty much. Like, bro, you stink. No, I don't. What planet of existence are you on? Because you smell. Like, people sit on the potty, go all done, and get up, pull her pants, and proceed to... I know. My kid... Some days are great. Some days are great because my kid will literally get mad that he can't go because he's food motivated, so we do candy. And when he goes to the bathroom, he gets candies that he gets to pick out. So it's going to be something he really wants because he picked it out, and then we hold it hostage until he goes. So he'll like sit there and he'll like start throwing a fit, and I'm like, dude, what's the problem? What's the issue? I want treats. And he like just, you know, he just went to the bathroom like 5 minutes ago, so he doesn't have to go, but he wants to go again because he wants a treat. So we have like a little star chart for him, and when he gets to when he goes to the bathroom, he gets a little treat. He picked out these nerd gummy clusters, so he gets a couple of these.
It's basically Pavlov's dog. It's Pavlov's dog.
And then after 7, he gets a star at the end of it. And when he gets a star, he picked out little packages of Swedish fish. When he gets 2 stars, he gets a bigger prize. So he's gotten like Build-A-Bear, or he's gotten
Applebee's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow is Applebee's for whatever is his favorite restaurant. I don't know why. It has something to do with the corn dog they have on the menu that he sometimes eats, sometimes doesn't, but he likes to go. So he got 2 stars. We got to go to Applebee's. It's been motivated. I wonder who he takes after. Both of us. We don't stop eating. Have you seen us? But like, like he gets mad because he'll be like, "Mommy, I went potty," and I'm like, "Good job. I get a treat now, right?" Like, dude.
Terry, oh, nice. Oh, Slash. I thought that was like Terry reminded you to use the potty. Oh, okay. No, that makes more sense, I guess. Yeah, with your
I didn't even get. No one's giving me Swedish fish.
Hello, Nikon.
Right? The things that we like, because like I'll tell my kid, I'll be like, "Do you need like a nap?" Because we've been over the napping for years, but sometimes he's just like really cranky. I'm like, "Do you need a nap?" He's like, "No, I hate naps." I'm like, "Tell me that in like 20 years. 20 years from now, I'm gonna look you in the eye and ask you how you hate them naps." Now, letting him run around naked, he didn't like that. He didn't have it. So we've been putting him in big boy undies, just regular like little boxer brief underwear, because those make him nervous. Because he knows that he'll pee down his leg, and he doesn't like that feeling. So that's what we just try. Like, hey, when he's at home, he gets the underwear because he does not want to feel it down his leg.
Hello, Dark. How are you?
It's like the Endeavor system. It is. But
So the missus has. Oh, first off, out of curiosity, I know you can't say anything. I'm just speculating and more so rhetorically speaking to myself. I'm really hoping at some point it's possible to buy all the pieces of this image as they are, and like, because these are like super cool, that I would love to get like the other pieces, right, and like put them together.
Do we have different pieces? Did you open yours yet?
Yeah, we do.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have the Iliad. The Iliad tree.
Yeah, we'll show you the pieces in a minute.
So because they're really nice. They're really good quality and all that. And what did we say? There's 4? There's 4 pieces?
There's 4 pieces that make up each piece. But yes, we just got a letter.
We just got a letter.
And what I can do is snap a quick picture for anybody who hasn't seen it and throw it in the Discord.
And again, if you really don't want to see it, we can throw the spoiler tag over it.
I can put it in the spoilers channel. Second. I hate this whole Discord layout. I still can't figure it out like an idiot.
So I will say this. I will say this, that while I think I have a pretty good idea of if they are going to open up a spot in Tamriel, I think I know where it's going to open up. I'm pretty confident on that. Why the rationale may not necessarily be 100% on, although it does make sense. It does make sense what I've decided on. And I'll explain all of that once the.
All right, I put the letter in our spoilers channel in Discord if you guys are interested in it. Yep. But I'll gladly read it for you guys.
Right, Froggy? It is nice.
So, Buddy Nader, we've been learning the manner. I will say my son has phenomenal manners because we don't let up on him with the manners thing. But every so often, he will make demands. We're trying to teach him the difference between I would like and I need. So he'll see something like a toy and he'll be like, I need this. And we're like, do you need that?
Hi, Padawan.
And then he goes, I would like. And I said, okay, good, better. You're still not getting it, but better.
Right.
2 thumbs up.
Yeah, that's right up there with like, because again, he'll very much Bunny. He'll very much do the same, very similar. He'll be like, more juice. Excuse you, more juice, and he'll sit there and he'll process. I'm like, I just said more juice, so I'm not getting it.
Or if
more
I just say,
juice.
well, what do you say?
And he say, please, and he says it very sweetly. It's not like please, like very deep side. It's he'll be like, please. I'm like,
He does
there
that
you
a
go.
million.
There's the magic.
Pretty
we're
much,
looking for.
Eli. Pretty much.
More
Well, I
juice
forgot
now.
what it was. Oh, I saw Kelly had posted in the Discord that she got the Volendrung achievement.
Oh, I was so jealous.
And so because Nine's super jealous. He's been wanting it for a while. He's like, son of a bitch. And he's sitting at the dinner table, and so little Fox just, boom, without skipping a beat, goes, son of a bitch. And I look at Nine, and I'm like, bro, you're telling everybody that I'm the one with the potty mouth that he copies? Bud. Bro.
Oh, I'll fully admit that I've got one. I do my darndest to speak under my breath.
So occasionally we have those moments. Is 2 now? Oh my god! When she's around, it's like oh, no worry. As I said, it's awesome. It's awesome, and it goes fast. Time flies, guys. Like anybody that has kids knows that. But oh god, like just knowing my kid's turning 4 this year is just like wild, absolutely wild. But all right, letter. He was barking today, and Poppy goes, "Shut them." Yes. My son does that too, because sometimes like Mara will go batshit crazy, like she'll just go off the wall for no reason, like clawing at my windowsills, all that stuff, whatever. So we get vocal. We're not shy about our language here, and that's what he said. We've said that, and he's just copied us word for word. I'm like, that is a mommy word. But the one day, so. I'll tell this story. I know I've told some of you guys before. So we were on our way to the zoo. We were doing trick-or-treating at the zoo. We're doing this. It's your fault the bird cusses now. That's hilarious. You got an extra parrot, literally. So we were on our way to the zoo to do trick-or-treating. They do a little trick-or-treat day every year. And of course, it gets really busy. So there's a lot of traffic. So we're going really, really slow. And all of a sudden, out of the back seat, unprompted, damn cars. I turn around and I'm like, what did you just say? He goes, damn cars. I'm like, that. And he like stops me. He says, that's a mommy word. And I said, yes. I said, that's a mommy word. He goes, no, that's a Rory word. And I turn around and I'm like, absolutely not. I said, you can say dang cars. And he says,
right,
no.
buddy, have a good one.
I want to say damn cars.
Oh.
And at that moment, that was my biggest reality check, that I am trying to parent the me out of my child, and it's not going to work. It's not gonna happen.
Hello, Heinz. How are you?
So I was just very classic little, that just sums up my kid right then and there. Hey, Heinz. That is basically it. It's a mommy word. No, it's a Rory word. I'm putting my foot down. Oh, you were put your foot down. I'm gonna put mine down.
Right, Mish?
I know. We are fresh. But okay, I promise I'm gonna read this letter now. So again, if anybody wants it, it's in the spoiler section of our Discord.
Oh, there's an ad starting.
Oh, son of a biscuit! This is what I get for having a squirrel brain. Squirrel brain. So endgame, my son was so distraught and upset that Iron Thanos, the overling, then 8 went on a rant ending with F Iron Man.
Was it like because he was sad,
yeah.
and he's like he's such a jerk for going and dying? Like, is that why, or was it he just doesn't like Iron Man? Because I mean, here. Eli, I'm pretty sure you follow the Fresh Prince.
There will be none of that. None of that in here. I'll wait for this ad break to be over. Just for any of our friends that are behind any ads. We appreciate y'all sticking through them.
I know the classics. I know the classics.
Yeah, there's like half the time, like so Nine watches these TikToks of these 3 guys in a deer blind telling dad jokes in a whisper.
Because they'll scare the deer otherwise. Which makes it even funnier because, again, you're trying not to laugh and because you have to be quiet, otherwise you'll scare the deer. So now it's even funnier because you're trying not to laugh.
Darth Vader, Thanos, John Cena.
Has he even seen John Cena?
Nobody's seen John Cena.
Nobody's seen John Cena.
You can't see him. All right. I'm gonna read this letter now. I never know how to pronounce this one word. I know
I think it's pronounced adventurer.
No, shut up. That is not.
And his name is John Cena. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay, good to know. So, adventurer, gather your allies and head for the southwest coast. I'm investigating a band of my kin that has abandoned the pact, and I require your assistance. They appear to be searching for something of great importance. They are well armed and clearly dangerous, so be careful. From what I could discern of their plans, it has something to do with the fragment included in this letter. Examine it closely and report your findings back to me personally in Grotwood. Perhaps we can solve this puzzle together. Don't allow any would-be emperors, and again, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. If somebody knows it better than I do, please correct me. Saliak? Don't allow any would-be emperors or Saliak ruins to delay you. And don't tell my sister. She's perfectly capable of finding trouble without your help. Signed, Baragon. So, whatever this word is that I'm pronouncing incorrectly, it is alien. It means alien. It's the equivalent of alien. Wild elves, Heartland high elves, aliens, aka. So it's saying don't allow any would-be emperors or alien ruins to delay you. So, yeah, Mish. That's what. Yeah, I didn't know that. So I'm learning here. Like I said, most of you guys know I'm a little newer to ESO lore or Elder Scrolls lore in general, compared to some of y'all out there. But so they are equipped with one of these. It's very hard because I don't have. My child stole my flashlight. To put light behind it. Let's see, my phone flashlight won't work. Excuse me, phone. Probably a little too bright. So it is if you will, a piece of stained glass. And we can pull up the larger picture of it all together. Yeah, but it is a piece of stained glass. Do it this way so it doesn't have the reflection on it. And there are 4 fragments that put together a wheel of sorts. Nine and I actually have 2 different fragments.
We do. If you can, probably can't see it. If I hold this because it's a bottom piece. Hold it like that. No, that doesn't work. If I hold it like that, doesn't work. Let me get a phone.
Well, like I said, Nine has a screenshot in Discord, and I'll put this in the spoilers channel as well. Ba-ba-ba. ESO spoilers.
So it's supposed to sit like this. See the little leer at the bottom and all those and all that. And I will show you the bigger picture.
Yeah, so it says
Right, Froggy? Yeah, that's what Froggy. That's kind of what we were talking about. Where we were really hoping there are 4 pieces total that it's possible. No, Mish. All 4 pieces are out. All 4 pieces have gone out,
Yep.
but they all went to different people. So like Mrs. got piece 1, I got piece 3, Demon Cat Daphne got piece 2, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. So everybody had to kind of come together a little bit to,
which is super cool.
Check it out.
And this is basically the image that it makes that you can't see.
Yes, which this is also available on any of the Elder Scrolls official channels. They put all of this together. Yeah, a little community interaction on this one. So yeah, if you check any of these social media posts, X/Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff, ESO did post this wonderful image for us. Now that everybody's kind of gotten pieces and all of this stuff. So if we unpack a little bit of the letter here, so it's so the person that signed this letter, Baragon, if you guys do not remember him, you probably would have remembered him from Blackwood. This is Evely's brother, Evely Sharparrow. This is her brother.
Is an in-game
Lore junkie.
In-game lore junkie. He basically, which I think from a writing standpoint, from a game master standpoint, if I were a DM, I love characters like this because basically this character can just kind of come and go now that he's introduced and basically fill in the blanks when your players aren't getting it, right?
Yeah.
If you create a puzzle that makes sense in your head, but unless someone's in your head to understand how you pieced it together, this is a great character to be like, oh, well, by this and this and this, it actually translates to this, and then your players kind of get it. An Aether Portal, almost. I have a slightly different theory, Froggy, than an Aether Portal.
Yeah, so like I said, there's a ton of, if you guys go on Twitter and stuff, there's a lot of really great conversation, especially if you follow any of the folks like the Lore Seekers or UESP, just because again they are such in-depth lore junkies. But so the letter says we're gonna head for the southwest coast. We can open up an ESO map and look at that a little bit, but investigating abandoned my kin that have abandoned the pact. Now, at first, as most people thought, I thought pact was they abandoned the Ebonheart pact. There is also the Green Pact, which if you guys did the Bosmer portions of ESO, which this will be a great opportunity to go back and do that if you don't remember it, but it's a map made by someone that was drinking Elvish wine and Dwarven Stout. So, there's really good inkling that they're talking about Green Pact here. They appear to be searching of something for great importance. They are well armed, clearly dangerous, as are most of them. But from what I could discern on their plans, it's something to do with the fragment included in this letter. So again, the fragment is a portion of this, which has a number of clues within itself, right? The Wolf Pact. So it says, examine it closely and report your findings back to me personally in Grotwood. So it sounds like we're going to be spending a little time in Grotwood. There's also the Red Pact. I'm not familiar with. Do not allow, basically don't allow any would-be emperors. So I imagine,
the 3 rulers.
Yeah, people who are claiming to be emperors or trying to claim emperorship. Or, as we determined, Ayleid Ruins delay you. So it sounds like we're going to be spending some time in Ayleid Ruins. And of course, don't tell my sister. She's perfectly capable of fighting. So he said, basically, don't tell Evely. So something tells me there's a good chance she's going to show up somewhere along this new journey. But, oh, yes. Sorry, yes, pact with a T. Yep. So, there's, I forget what are the Camerons up to around now. Oh, I am terrible.
George, I'm gonna blow that Cameron theory out of the water. And
I'll let Nine talk a little bit more to the lore side of it, because again, he has more theories than I do. I'm just kind of clueless and along for the ride. So,
and you're gonna be like, whoa, you know what, Nine? I think you're onto something. You're not right, but I think you're onto something.
Oh, royalty of Valewood. Gotcha. Your big stinkers.
They
All right, go ahead, Nine.
Oh,
Nine, let's talk. Yeah, if you can talk about it.
I thought you were.
I just wanted to go through that letter a little bit and pull out some of the bits and pieces that we could kind of.
So UESP did a whole kind of like readout. You know, you can see very common symbols. They kind of had theirs turned a little bit so that they were kind of saying that the middle looked like a modification of the Hermie eye. ESO Bethesda put out this image to correct, pattern of the image. Yes, thank you. Orientation. And so we're looking at here, which looks very similar to the Crown of Mafala. You've got Hermie representation there. You've got the Feathered Mages Guild, a lantern, an Alien symbology, and the moons, which I think what we were saying, Meridia? Or is it the lantern?
So the skin grad.
Yes,
the moons.
Very, very, or even Khajiit in their own right. As Khajiit are very moon-based, lunar-based.
Yeah, no, it's a direct. If you guys haven't seen the skin grad, it's direct. It's a pretty solid copy of it. So,
and then we have the 4 branches, specifically 4 identical branches of autumn leaves. Thus, the autumn leaves in the packaging. Now, and then we've got the portal in the middle. And these symbols here, which I forget exactly. Hold on one second. What did they say those were? Those were odd.
What?
The circles on the outside of the blue portal.
So they're very similar to the Fargrave symbols.
Yes, Fargrave. Thank you. So what I'm thinking is, based on the letter and where it is fall leaves, autumn leaves. You can call them fall leaves, you can call them autumn leaves. Both of them are going to be symbolic in terminology of their own right. We're talking autumn leaves. Autumn leaves happen during when? The changing of a season, right? They are the indicative changing of a season. Changing of hands, changing of XYZ. Additionally, autumn leaves are when the tree kind of hibernates and the leaves fall off. The leaves themselves die, right? So that the tree can grow anew, which again can be very symbolic of its own right of, if you will, control taking over, changing. The old control, the old power leadership is falling away, and the new leadership will come when this is all over and the tree revives. I haven't come up with the liars yet. Hello, Snow Hippie. Now, we said it was southwestern, and since we're talking about Evely's brother, we're talking Bosmer. Let's look at something a little bit more relevant.
We're talking so much about trees.
we're going to start here in Grotwood, right? We're going to start here in Grotwood because that's where he hangs out. But we're talking southwest. So originally I was thinking possibly down here in this little space between northern and southern Elsewhere, but that's not technically part of Valenwood. And so it could be an island that we haven't seen yet. One of any of these islands, peninsulas that could randomly pop up. Look at Somerset, look at, High Isle, that just haven't been seen yet over here. Honestly, not going to lie, I think it's going to be this region right here. I think it's going to be this region right in here, just north of Reaper's March and Malaval Tor, where the river basically ends. I think it's going to be this region right here bordering Cyrodiil. And my theory is based off of the graphic that Bethesda used for their reveal when it was overexposed.
Yeah, so that's another question. Is as obviously we have this letter, this package, these fragments. That's all in itself. The other thing going around is the graphic that was used for the reveal, announcement, where it has the date, all that good stuff, which Nine will pull it up in a second. The graphic could be very generic because it is what was used, way back in the day, base game kind of background where you had the 3 on it. And Emmy's like, nah, it's Spears. He gets Spears now. This is 9. 9 has a very overactive,
Seriously.
like exaggerated imagination.
Right.
Like he will. Sometimes he likes to use the analogy of sometimes a tree is just a tree. Usually a tree is just a tree, but 9 has some sort of fantastical explanation for it. Anyway, but
Thank you, Luna.
so this was used previously, way back in the day, and if you look, it's basically a giant crowd.
Yep.
And
Of
in the
soldiers.
crowd are the banners.
Yep. Red, blue, yellow.
All 3 banners, and they're mixed.
Yep.
They're not like blue here, yellow here, red here, like they're kind of coming together and fighting.
Yep.
They're all mixed in.
But what you can notice is that the armors are different. You have more bone natural armors on this side by what looks like white gold tower, and more Breton style armors on the other side, and I can't see in the far back. So again, the factions basically everyone against everyone on this side. But you see here is you see what looks like white gold tower. Now our friend Yiki
I wanna
pointed
pull up-
out. Oh,
So I also want you to pull up the other one, the one I had in our group chat with Yiki and Bell.
This
The
is
little
that one.
clip of Imperial City.
oh, yeah. Hold on. I'll grab that.
So originally my theory, again, someone who doesn't really know anything, I thought that was white gold tower in the back.
Oh yeah. This
3
is
factions coming together, warring,
this is white gold
very
tower.
PvP-esque, right? No, no, that's not what that's not the one I'm asking for. Hold on. I'll bring it back up and put it in here for you. This one. So, based on where
yeah,
you're
that one.
standing in that image, I thought that was white gold tower, which I mean looks pretty close. But if you can zoom in with that. So, based on where you're at, you would be at that 8 Arcane University, which is your battlegrounds.
Yep.
So, my theory is that y'all are gonna get a new battlegrounds this year.
So I do think that they're gonna do something with the battlegrounds and PvP. I
would have figured, based on that location of where you're standing in, that basically, background at that center of those crowds coming together, is based on that proximity and where that tower is and all of that stuff. I would have thought that would have been White Gold Tower, and then that would have made you in the location of the battlegrounds.
Which again is very, very feasible. But
you're wrong, Mrs. It's okay.
No. Is Yiki brought up a valid point that it is too close to the mountains, and 2, the size of that tower is dwarfed, even at a distance, for what White Gold Tower should be.
Dark Minis is streaking.
So that being said,
Wouldn't expect anything less.
I give you this: is White Gold Tower was a structure created by the aliens. I know it's not created by the aliens, it purely was much further back, but basically it was created by the aliens way back in the day, in the first era. Well, they didn't just create White Gold Tower. That is a Durrani Tower, and there are, I would I say, like 8 Durrani Towers throughout Tamriel. The Beacon Tower 0 furnishing is actually more of a tool to measure the distance from Adamantine Tower to anywhere else. That's why the light is so bright. So if you think about Balthier, which is right here, if you look on your map, where Stormhaven is, if you look directly, there's this little island right here between Glenumbra, Alakir. There's a little island. That's Balthier. And that is the new tutorial zone. If you go to Stormhaven and stand on this boat here and look that direction into the water, you can see the Balthier Durrani Tower. Now, fun facts, since we're talking about Grotwood and similar, Elden Root is a Durrani Tower. The core of Elden Root is derived from a Durrani Tower. So now we're talking aliens, right? That's the alien symbols. Now, fun fact, as we move forward, I'm gonna have a lot of fun facts tonight, chat. I did a whole thing on this. We're looking at an individual called King Anumeril.
A bee zone filled with bees. What is it? Right? The apiaries, the meadery.
Oh yeah, apiaries. Oh yeah.
Yes, Brienne. Yes.
And
Talk about our
so,
theories now.
right? So now you have King Enumeril. King Enumeril, oh, forever. You have no idea. So
And
King
somewhere,
Enumeril,
somewhere, Rich is listening to us and
laughing,
going,
right?
idiots. They're
Yeah,
not
right.
even close.
Well, here's the thing, right? King Enumeril was the Archmage and Iliad king of Abgaralis, a city dedicated to the following of, give me a drum roll, Molag Bal.
Sometimes a tree is just a treat, yeah.
I know, right? Is King Enumeril, his city were followers of Molag Bal, and they feuded with the worshippers, Deladils, who worshipped none other than Meridia. Dun dun dun. So now, a whole era later, now we're talking about now let's go back to Elden Root. Because Elden Root was a moving fortress until it planted itself in the second era where we see it now. I'm not saying that, right? Now, if Enumeril, if this whole thing were to basically be to revive the war between the Abergalis, the aliens from King Enumeril, and the Deladils, then that bell creature, you right? Cruise. Then that would be in Valenwood would be a phenomenal place to do it, right?
Here's the thing, Puma, is Nine's knowledge of the lore, while he has a lot of knowledge, you should meet some of the lore casters out there.
So
like they put Nine to shame. No offense to Nine or anything.
No. And so that would put us right here on the outskirts of both Cyrodiil and Valenwood. Right in this little region right here, which would be super fun. They've done smaller regions before. Look at Murkmire, right? You could do a smaller region right there to kind of round out Valenwood. Now, oh yeah, Slash, they're ridiculous, but I love being able to sit there because they can like correct me on different things. And like I said, we had a whole conversation. What
was it at the ESO celebration?
Yeah.
We had dinner with
Lotus and Lore Seekers.
The Lore Seekers, and they're incredible people.
They're so good. So now we're talking about okay, if they have abandoned if Evely's brother says that they've abandoned the pact, like if they were one of the few and proud who basically were continuing to follow the pact despite what the false queen forced them to do, punishment of death, and they were following the pact, and now they've abandoned the pact, that would mean that they went back even further. That would mean they went back to potentially King Enumeril. And now we're talking about a weapon or item that could help them carry this out. We're talking about none other than, famous friends, Crown of Ascension. We're talking about the Crown of Ascension, which basically, and the Fen Lords and everything like that. So now we're talking about an item that could go and basically finish off this individual and basically reignite this whole concept, right? As I said, we're talking, it's hidden in the Gondren Renan ruins, which again is in the Venomous Fen, southwestern Shadow Fen. So again, we're still talking about all this areas, aliens, and so like I said, it's just so much fun. And so, like I said, the whole aspect of it is that if we do B-zone confirming, so if we basically extend Valenwood, because Valenwood basically starts down here by Grotwood. And kind of like comes up and around this way. So if they're trying to extend Valenwood or even, again, go to like a known area, then we hit this area right here, right above where Moonhunter Keep would be, the Fort Grimwatch Way Shrine, yada, 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 right up in there. And then for a outer ring, we can theoretically go back to Cold Harbor. We've only touched upon a very small portion of Cold Harbor. If we're really talking about, the cult of Molag Bal fighting the cult of Meridia, who they're going to want they're gonna want the prismatic sword, owned
Which
by
guy?
Mrs.
Small log ball is
What?
coming.
Oh, more Molog ball. I was gonna
No,
say prismatic
small
sword.
log. Small log ball.
Small
Hold on.
log ball.
I'll get you. Small log ball. Did you guys see the new morphable?
Oh.
Did y'all see the new morphable? I
Oh,
was
yeah.
really sad because I was going to put a video out on it, and then my computer got wiped, and I don't want to talk about it. The new morphable for this year is small log ball. It is a illusion imp that looks like Molog ball. It's like a teeny tiny Molog ball, guys. Which then
That's not
could
common, isn't it?
resonate with Nine's
Yeah.
theory of Cold Harbor. As I said, there's been a lot of talk about Meridia. There's been a lot of talk
Yep.
about Meridia, which, for anybody that likes Darien, means Darien could come back.
Yep. And again, if that's true, if my theory is true, remember, Darien's not dead. Darien is, for lack of a better term, trapped in the painted room with the prismatic sword.
Wee, prismatic swords.
Just one. There's only one. But yeah, and like I said, we can bring this all together. So, Froggy, what we're discussing is we're talking lore and coming up with theories as to why things are the way that they are.
Or what's
Could be,
potentially
could
the
be.
new content for this year. I'm so immature. I was explaining what I know about lore. Every time I said Molog ball, she was like, it sounded like balls. Oh, Paul's got the sword.
Okay, yes. When a replica comes to the cash shop, yes, you can get a replica of the prismatic
I want to
sword.
know. I want to know who my statue is this year. My ridiculously overpriced statue that I'm gonna buy.
I am waiting for Rich to say, "Huh, that sounds interesting," which is code for I don't know. You're way
No.
off, but I'm
No,
glad you're eager about it.
No, I told you he's not gonna comment. He's just gonna listen and he's gonna snicker.
Snickery,
And you'll
Snickers.
never know.
I know.
You were not prepared. I need to oh my god, I cannot. I thank God work from home on Thursdays now. So I already told my boss I'm taking off the second half of the day. I say second half of the day. I'm gonna take off for like the last hour of work, but I am so excited. I got a conference room booked on Tuesday. But anyway, I want a expensive Herstein statue only because my friend 3D printed me a beautiful nocturnal. Okay, so it's funny you should mention nocturnal. So
I was wondering why you sent me that image.
I have decided, guys. I have decided that thanks to Gwen the Bard, who helped me find a close enough pattern, this statue of Nocturnal, which you guys may or may not have seen in game, I am going to do this cosplay for the ESO celebration, provided I can get off my butt and make this. I got to order the pattern tonight, and then I'm going to try and adapt it. But this is the cosplay I'm going to try and do for the 10th anniversary. Legs for days.
Yes.
My legs will probably be in the dress. Mrs. does not love her body, which is why I chose this one. Because it has long sleeves and a hood and a long skirt. So, there is plenty of room, Eli. Plenty of room. So that is the. I'm gonna try and copy that costume as best I can. But the problem is there's not great reference for it because it's really only that statue. So I'm trying to figure out what the design is like on the collar and on the belt to try and recreate it as best I can. But I'm struggling to find good reference for it other than that like kind of statue that's in the game that's worn and weathered, so the detail's not great anymore. So
Froggy, yeah, there are frogs in the game. There are these little winged frogs. I thought there was a regular.
There is regular frogs. It's part of actually in Black would if you go do the quest for the giant froggo. You catch the little dart frogs.
As pets? As non-coms?
So that's the other thing. Is what would go with that costume that 9 could do?
So I'm still saying Dark Brotherhood.
You're going to go Dark Brotherhood?
Probably.
You can ask one of the ESO gamers to make a reference in the stream team chat. That I don't know if they're able to do that. So it goes a big black bird. One of your crows or a gloam fox.
So, as a high elf,
goes a high elf.
like just an elf that's high, or like a high elf. I just want to be sure that I know.
Some big cat ears and a tail. He can be Khajiit. Be a Daedric prince that allied with Nocturnal at some point. So here's the thing: is we have to be able to like make these in like 2 months. So yeah. So I got to get a couple little crows or whatever,
and travel with them. I want to point that out.
We have to also get this to Amsterdam, so it's got to be small enough. You're installing the game. You're gonna try. Yes. Yes. There's all the little dragon frogs.
Yep.
There's a bunch of different ones, different colors.
They're super fun.
But yeah, no. It's that's what I'm gonna try and do. He could be a nightingale.
That's what I was thinking.
Who wants to see 9 in a nocturnal frock?
I do.
Let's do it.
Speaking of 9 wearing things that he probably shouldn't, who's excited for next Wednesday? And when I say that, I mean to say simply that...
Thursday.
What?
Thursday.
What? No,
why Wednesday?
Well, because next Wednesday is the cooking stream. Where
this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
No, I thought you said we were doing it on the 17th.
No. No, but apparently we are, guys. 9 is Naru, confirmed. Yes, Mish. Yes, it is. We are making good on the milestone from the last charity campaign we did. 9, we will be doing our no tight plucking this time, but we will be making good on the Jasmine cosplay he has to do. Yep. So we're gonna finally get back to the Disney cooking stream we were supposed to do. So we're gonna do some recipes from the Disney book, and we're gonna do apparently on Wednesday Disney. A Disney dress-up cooking stream. So 9 is wearing a lovely. Do I have it up here?
Yes. I will be the ever graceful Princess Jasmine. Yes, Mish. I will be the ever graceful Princess Jasmine. The missus will be the ever knowledgeable Belle. Falsies ready? No, my teeth are real, Mish. I don't need to wear false teeth.
So this is the costume. Hi, Tildos. This is the costume 9's gonna be wearing.
Yup. The missus made sure to get it plus size for me because I is big. I is chunky. I is chunky, Jasmine. Mish, bold of you to assume that I'm not, already like a D cup.
Little crop top for 9. And some lovely pants.
It's been a rough winter. Mish.
9 could be the gray fox.
Oh, that's a good one too.
So yes, 9 will be dressing up as Princess Jasmine.
We'll find out, Mish. We'll find out next Wednesday, or whatever day.
So
yes, that's my theory. We're gonna get some new PvP.
Hey, Sigmoid.
Possibly some new battlegrounds or new battlegrounds area.
Box those poor souls.
And I think they're going to open up this area right above Reaper's March. And then we'll get another, we'll either get expanded Cold Harbor, very similar to like Fargrave, where they did like Fargrave and Deadlands, where, again, Fargrave's an intermediary space. So we may go back to Fargrave, and it may connect us to another side of Cold Harbor. Or the colored room, the painted room. That's my, Well, that's the other thing, Salvez, is that the missus was also contemplating, wasn't it Azura or was it Meridia? I thought it was Azura, was the other one we were talking about.
Azura.
Yeah.
But Azura, I think, was going to be a little too revealing for me.
And then I was going to go as the adoring fan and just follow her around and going, by Azura, by Azura, by Azura! And just, like, see how many people got annoyed. No, they can't, Froggy, yeah. And just, for them, not for me.
Yeah, because the... So I'll put it in chat so now I can show you guys. The statue of Azura that I have reference for here. It's honestly, it's a very simple. It's just a basic dress, but it is like the boobies pop out, and yeah. I don't know if that's really my thing. I also hate my arms. So the fact that it's a strapless kind of like tank style dress with a low V-neck. I don't know if I would feel comfortable. Like, I really would like to do this one. I think this one, I don't know. I think I would really like this one, but I don't think I can get past my body image issues to do this. And not be self-conscious the entire time. So, that's my reservation here, because otherwise it's just a slip dress. It's nothing like crazy. So, Paul,
I don't think that's entirely true.
Save for off stream as a reward for 9. Listen, that is a lot of work to make something that won't last very long, sir.
I know, right?
He said entirely true, right? But he didn't reject that idea. Of course he's not going to reject that idea.
Never.
How many channel points does that cost? 9? All of them.
And I've got an infinite amount, so like I'm
no, my channel points.
Oh, I've got none of those because you don't. I don't get a chance to hang out there very often.
I look fine on Star Trek Online. Yeah, I also look fantastic in ESO too, because I can build my body however I want. This body, on the other hand, is brought to you by Nerds Gummy Candies, so, you know.
Giggity.
It's a fine line. It's a fine line here. Yeah. So, as I said, I would love to do Azura, because I was thinking of doing both. I was originally going to do both, and I'm like, I'm going to suck it up. I'm going to get over body image issues, and then I was like, nah, man. No. Hello.
So Froggy.
Party animals.
Funny enough, Froggy, with the Azura one, that's actually a little bit of kind of like what the missus was like contemplating, is basically doing like a sheer for the top to kind of like
cover a little bit,
close it in so it's not as like revealing.
Playing Hermaeus Mora? No.
That's super easy. You basically just get like one of those like body, those like turtle pillow things, but just make it solid green, and then you just put a bunch of sew a bunch of tentacles onto it. Super easy. And you just walk around that super comfy. You put like a tentacle on your head. I keep looking
at this and I'm like, I should just get over myself and I should just do it.
Like I said, we can add sheer to the inside, to the top.
Honestly, more my problem is my arms, though.
I said
I have fat arms.
Well, we can add the sheer down, and then I said you put a band on one arm.
What?
So for the image of, basically you see how it basically from the sternum up is kind of open. It's basically just a strap over the top. So basically you do a sheer. I'm not
as worried about that part.
And then you do a little sheer down the arm, but you see on her arm that's holding the sun, there's a band. She has a band on her arm. Like a little cuff. Really, yeah, there's like a little cuff band right there. The moon side doesn't. Her left arm doesn't have it, just her right arm. But yeah, like I said, you do a little sheer on it, and it'll be great. I said just do little sheer sleeves.
I feel like I'm gonna have to go investigate these in person.
Right.
Be right back. Housing editor time. Show the anime.
Probably, yeah. I'm
Here's what you think you look like me. But Kimber, me is a like neurotic, anxiety-driven depression pillow. Like, if I'm gonna be me, I'm still gonna be depression and anxiety-ridden with body image issues. I mean, go as you. If somebody can find me a pattern, if somebody can find me a sewing pattern, because I am not super amazing at this stuff, if somebody can find me a sewing pattern of something similar to this dress, something that has like the V-neck, kind of tank top, relatively sleek and flowy, if somebody can find the pattern, I'll do it. But somebody has to find me the pattern. Because last time I looked, I couldn't find one.
It happens.
Exactly, Sarah. It's really easy. Like, I wore a shirt out to TwitchCon, which was kind of like a halter-ish style shirt or whatever. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna suck it. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it. Nobody else seemed to care. I was like freaking out the entire time for no reason. Oh, a pattern. So you can, Simplicity is a really good example. Basically, it's kind of like tissue paper that you can cut out and you lay it over the fabric to kind of trace the pieces. So it's a pattern for the dress, a die cut, if you will. But as I said, like Simplicity is a really, really common one. I've done a lot of stuff over the years from them. But like I said, this dress can get away with being like probably looking in like the evening wear stuff. I'm sure there's something out there for it. Whereas like Nocturnal had to be more of a costume pattern. Like I said, Gwen helped me trying to track down something close, which I think we went with. It was a Simplicity. S8868. So this is the one. This is the one we're going with for the Nocturnal dress, and I'm going to do the red one because it has the bell sleeves.
So Eli, to answer your question, it's in my watch list. I'm just searching real quick to see if I've watched it. But it's in my watch list.
Yeah, so as I said, if somebody finds me that Azura dress, because like I said, obviously I want to be the versions, because there's a lot of different versions out there. There's, a million other Elder Scrolls games that have these deities that have reference, but I want ESO, since that's kind of what we are here. I want the online version. But yeah, Drunken Battle. I like that one. And again, it's very covered up, which makes me feel a little better about myself. But as I said, if somebody can find the Azura one, I will do it. I will step way outside my comfort zone, but I am not entering any sort of cosplay contest. So, because they're gonna have one, and I will not do that. That will send me over the edge.
I will absolutely do a cosplay contest. But if I need a prop, Mrs., I hope you know you're my prop.
No.
Because if you do Azura and I do like the adoring fan, like I need you as the whole point of me being the adoring fan is I need to adore you, so I need you there for me to adore you.
Or you could be like on stage or something, and you could see me from across the room and say something. That's about it. I don't want to be in front of people.
That's right, and have them like whip a bitch and put the spotlight right on you in the middle of the crowd. Oh, that's so much. That's a much.
Why would you do that to me, sir?
You literally just said to do that. I'm like, I like that idea more.
Put on the wig for cameos. He doesn't want to be near you, Nine. Right?
Belle, you have no idea.
Good idea. No, no. Nyan made me do this thing for our wedding, which was absolutely terrifying. He made me because he didn't want to just have an entrance. You know, the wedding party comes in, they do their entrance, blah 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 blah, and then usually the bride and groom follow. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that.
So
he
lame.
came in the regular door with everyone else and asked, "Did anyone see the missus?" And then I had to come in a side door for an entrance, and I hated it because everybody turned around and just looked at me, and it was just awkward. He's so theatrical, and I can't handle it. I can't do it. Oh. Shut up, Yiggy!
Oh, Yicky, thank you very much for 31 months. God, I didn't even think I knew you that long.
Right?
Mainly because I've got a terrible memory.
Been almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
For those who don't know, fun story. This is fun story time. Is when I first started streaming.
You actually thunder.
Oh no, I think so.
There. Wrong one.
I know.
Like, let's not stare at the misses. Like, you guys already technically do that, and I don't want to talk about it.
So when I
first kind of Fraugy.
When I first started streaming, and I know they say it's like, oh, you know, it's all, you know, don't judge your success by other people, yada yada yada. I get that, like, but sometimes you can't help it, you know, look and be like, oh god, someday I really wish I could be, you know, at this point, you know, XYZ points. And there were like a number of individuals, right? There were a number of individuals that I would watch and be like, oh my god, it's like they've all probably known each other for years. I have no idea who anyone is. No one knows who I am. I'm just like some sort of outsider. They're so cool. They're probably all gonna hate me. And this is like, these people, just so we're clear on who I'm talking about, was like,
this was just last week too.
Yeah, this is on a normal basis, but it's also when I first started streaming. This was like Pirate Steve was on that list because again, I was averaging like 2 or 3, and these people were like significant, like worlds above me. And this was like Puck KCMO when he streamed, and like Yicky, and like any number of people, just to name a few. And so I'm like, they have no idea who I am.
Right.
And I'm
I was like, oh my god. I want to be friends with them.
Like, I'm never gonna get to that point ever. It's like, oh my god, they all know each other, they're all friends, and who am I? I'm just some guy. I'm like, hi guys, wanna hang out with me? Kid, who are you? Go away. I'm like, this is what I felt. This is my head. This is the eternal dialogue that I have. And so and now I'm here, I'm like, oh my god, I know all these people. I gotta just take a step back and remember that I know people. Like, hey, I know people. I can help you out.
Right?
So.
Pretty awesome.
Like, the missus is kind of a big deal. I'm not sure if you know that. You met her?
Not really a big deal. Let's not talk about it. It's just more attention I don't want. It's just more attention I don't want.
Possibly a little bit Froggy. If we're talking about the Azura one, yeah.
Yeah, I already said that. Yeah, as I said, it is a little Romanesque. Yep. Look, she just gave nothing.
Hello, are you for it? How you doing?
So also,
I could
guys,
name drop before. It doesn't mean I knew it. I could tell you some horror stories of people who tried name dropping that backfired on them. Insert Nephis video here.
Yeah, that kid that was name dropping Nephis in the dungeon group.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna get you kicked out of all this stuff, and Nephis is like, I don't even know who you are. Guess what? You're no longer in this Discord. You're no longer in this Discord. He just started banning him from all these like endgame, like hardcore endgame Discords. Kid's like, don't drop my name and be mean to people. Like, I'm not about that.
Lies. Shut up, Dark Beats.
Right? Yeah, you know very well that I am not even a streamer on this channel.
That was hilarious.
Nephis
is like the last person you do that with.
Right? Like, you gotta be like pulling at straws, like Skinny, Fang Rush, Extra Life, like Ninja, Blue Fortnite Ninja, that is. Like, there's literally a million other names you should drop before Nephis, because Nephis will absolutely blow you up, and rightfully so. Rightfully so.
No, that's too funny. Oh, there was something, I was just gonna say something. I forgot what it was. Yeah, my friends exist.
Yeah, Mish, you can drop my name. No one's gonna know it, but you can drop it.
Oh boy, oh boy.
First Sky Shard over here. Whoa.
I'm excited. I'm excited for all the 10-year shenanigans coming up, guys. As I said, we were gonna do ESO Tavern. We were gonna make our damnedest effort to do that. But they literally picked somewhere that's so in the middle of nowhere. It's like $1,200 a ticket to get there.
Yeah. So
and
chat.
the closest airport, you still have to drive like 3 additional hours. So then I have to rent a car to drive 3 more hours to the place. Ding-ding-a-ling. And I don't know. Hold on, Dath. I can pull it up. I'm not even gonna remotely try and pronounce it. It is in Germany. That's that's what I got for you. Hold on.
So I'm gonna do a very ballpark shape of it. Like there's a piece here, kind of comes down around, over, jots in, comes back up around, and then kind of like goes up like that. If this is a very rough, Ray, hello, thank you very much for the follow.
Hey, welcome in.
If this is a very rough map of Germany, the ESO Tavern is like Civilization, just so we're all clear, right? So Civilization, let me actually do this for you so you can see better. Here's a spray paint can. I'll do it in purple. Is Civilization's like here and here and here and here and here, right? Maybe a little bit up here, maybe some stuff over here that's coastal.
Is the
Guess
castle.
where ESO Tavern is?
That's the castle that it's at.
ESO Tavern is like here. You see how close it seems to all of these places, but would you like to know, chat, that the closest point of civilization is like 120 million years.
Hey Ray, how's it going?
Of driving from the closest point.
A little different.
Would you like to know what is in this area? That's 120 miles? Nothing. There is just this one castle. There is nothing else in this area. Just this castle. That's all there is. There is just this castle. That is literally it. So the moral of the story is we probably won't be going.
Yeah, as I said, that one's going to be really, really tough for us to be able to do. I know, Verani, is that a Vrainy. I'm pronouncing her name terribly. Vrainy, who's one of the German stream team members. She's even like, it's still like a 9-hour drive for me. I'm like, oh.
And she lives in Germany.
She lives in Germany.
At least you
there's nothing wrong with the castle. Trust me, the castle is phenomenal. I mean, it's beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. But it is just, it's going to cost me $1,200 per person in plane tickets alone,
just to get there.
And because we're doing Amsterdam, I can't. I want to do it so badly. I can't afford that. I can't afford that. Like, I'm still catching up from being laid off. Like, I can't do that one.
We want to, but unfortunately.
But so we were looking at.
Oh, Misha, it doesn't have anything to do with it, like the Netherlands. It doesn't have, the location is literally nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Some Roman legions still
looking
for their lost legion.
I mean, there are castles in the UK, which is also significantly cheaper.
Voting for a castle raid.
There are castles in Japan. There's literally 1 million castles I can go to. Sand castles, yeah, I can go make a sand castle if I was talented enough. It's just this one in particular. This one castle in particular happens to be where the ESO Tavern is being held.
Yeah, that's what I say, because they usually hold it at like a castle of some sort, or like a actual like real fun, more authentic venue, not like gaming side, but like more that high fantasy side. That's what the tavern is. So, but there are going to be other events. So for those of you who are not aware yet. There are no details out. There are no details out, so just be conscious of that. But they did say that there are going to be local community events for Australia. China, Netherlands, Sweden, Italy, Germany, France, Spain, Poland, UK, the US, and Japan.
So Froggy, yeah. So it is a lot of money. I wouldn't say too much money. I would say too much money. In our case, it is too much money because again, we are trying to do Amsterdam.
Because we're doing two international trips.
Yeah.
That's too much.
But it's not. In the way I personally see it is, if it were something I was doing every year, okay, yeah. Now I'm saying like, okay, cool. That's probably like gonna burn a hole in your pocket pretty bad. But also, if it's like a one-time thing, it's like a one-time life experience.
Yeah.
Probably Spain including or not including Portugal. I think it's including Portugal.
I mean, it just says Spain on here. So again, I don't know what the
Details.
Where in Spain it'll be, if it's in close proximity to Portugal. But yeah, so Mish, yeah, I want to clear that up because I know a lot of people have kind of been misunderstanding it. So there is a slew of events. You have your two giant capstone events. There's going to be a big global celebration in April of 2024, which is celebrating the 10-year celebration of PC launch. And then you have summer of 2025, which is going to be a big, giant global celebration celebrating 10 years when console dropped. So those are your tentpole events. Those are your big two global tentpole events. So Amsterdam 2024 and summer 2025 in the US. In between that, they are going to have a number of local community events. One of those will be the United States. So yes, 2025 summer ESO event is happening. That's a massive one. But there is going to be a smaller event in the US in 2024. So I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, they're not doing anything for US 2024. They are. It is not going to be massive global event. It's going to be a bit smaller and more local event. So please know if you are in the US, I know a lot of people were a little disappointed. There will be a US event in 2024 for the 10th anniversary. It's just not going to be the global scale. Summer 2025 will be global scale. So
yep.
So we were like looking through some of the other ones, and obviously we don't have any time frames or any sort of general dates or locations. We just know there will be something in these countries. But I know Nine would love to do Japan, but those tickets are probably going to cost me just as much money as Germany would.
Yeah, especially
Australia is super expensive.
Depending on when the Japan one is absolutely, because if it's anywhere from late March to early May, yeah, those prices are going to be through the roof because that is their Cherry Blossom Festival, and it's a huge tourist attraction, and all of their prices spike.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
where did the Spider Matriarch come from? Hey,
I'm curious.
Come from, friend.
You know what's close to Japan? Arizona. Just saying. That's fair. You are not incorrect.
Hey.
I don't want to go to Arizona.
Hey.
It's too cold there. It's colder in Arizona. Or last night it was colder in Arizona than it was here, and I had snow on the ground. So rude. Rude, Arizona.
Mm.
You're doing Japan in 2026? That poor Spooter.
I know it
Summer is nice and warm.
It was a super nice garden spider, just a very large garden spider, but it attacked me first. In my defense.
So like I said, we were looking at some of the other countries, and I feel like some of the smaller countries tend to be a little cheaper depending on when you're going. So like, I'd go to Poland. Poland could be fun. We've done the UK. We did that for our honeymoon. That's a lot of fun. I know Nine's been wanting to go to Italy, but if we go to Italy, we could always tap, depending on where it is, we could Ireland. Tap family there.
Yeah, we could. Ireland's a good one.
Well, Ireland's not on here, but again, UK is. So.
And then we just spend the rest of the time in Ireland.
I would do that. I would attend the event, and then I would do Scotland and Ireland the rest of the time.
Yep.
Everyone should just come to Texas and Austin. I'll be curious to see where they do the 2024 smaller event, and then where they end up doing, because they're doing summer 2025, which I wonder if doing summer 2025. They're doing it in the summer so that it's going to be warmer months in the Northeast. Boston 2025. Anybody? Anybody? Stumbling in Dublin.
I already got a place to stay if that's the case.
Yeah, that'll make me real happy. Mrs. and I gonna sleep in their own bed.
Yup.
I will gladly sleep in my own bed. But yeah, so like I said, there's going to be a lot of events. Hi guys, I am so freaking excited for this year. Because I say we got our tickets for Amsterdam. There were also some add-ons that I'm super pumped for. There was an ESO windbreaker jacket, and then there was the is it Mother Tadali?
Yes.
Mother Tadali plushie. I did. Hi, Mama the Manslayer. So we're super pumped. We're super pumped. But I know we were talking a little bit about it last stream. We have to figure out what design we want to do for like the Foxden ESO 10th anniversary.
Good night, Froggy. So additionally, for those who don't like ads, there are a couple ways to mitigate that. One, you can actually sub if you'd like, but you can also go watch from YouTube.
Somewhere in here.
Medium
I still
hot.
have some. Medium hot, absolutely not. Is the stickers we did for Vegas, which some of you guys got. I know my camera doesn't want to like adjust to it, but basically we just did the Fox emote over the Vegas welcome sign. But I don't know what I want to do because the 10th is a big deal. And obviously, like I said, one of the big things is we can't use IP that's not ours, especially when you're going to go and sell it.
If you were to do a one with an Ouroboros, that would be awesome.
It would be cool, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to steal other people's IP and make money on it. Pretty sure that's not a thing, sir. Air North Dakota is super nice in the summer.
Why would I want to go to Canada, Matthias? Let me see what you just said.
The red light district count as an IP.
It counts as a UTI, which does that count? Is that the same thing?
So, like I said, if you guys have thoughts or ideas, please let us know. I know we talked a little bit about some guars last time. I threw out the idea of getting all of the fox, the little nine-tail foxes we have representing each class and put them in a little battle scene. STI.
That it does.
I don't know. If you guys have thoughts, a super bound squar. So what we're gonna do. I have it written down somewhere here.
Or do you?
General planning.
Guar Wars? Yeah. Guarfield?
Guarfield.
Mortal Foxbat. Foxtality. Foxy. Fox them.
I was doing some planning. I was doing the planning. I probably have it written down somewhere else then. So we're gonna do a special Kofi monthly sticker, which will be a 10th anniversary theme. We're gonna do that for April.
Yep.
And then we're gonna do a different design. And we're gonna do a event sticker, an event pin, and then we'll probably put it on some merch if you guys want it on some merch. But the Kofi monthly sticker is going to continue to be an exclusive sticker. Those designs you can't get anywhere else. We don't offer them anywhere else. So that will still be kind of like design A, and then design B will do
Open to the public.
a general event sticker and a pin. So for anybody that comes to the events, you guys can find us and get one. If not, yes, Matthias, December did get sent out. I still have your old address though. Nine said that one was still fine to send to.
That's what I was.
You dropped them in the mailbox, right?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. Nine was in charge of that, so just double checking. So we're gonna see what we come up with. We're probably gonna have to tap into our artist. Feel like she's gonna have to help us with this one.
She's very nice. She's very good.
I am not that creative or artistic, so. But I saw, I think it was Aurora de Winter was kind of spitballing some ideas on Twitter. They're a big houser, if you guys don't know them, and they're putting together a 10th anniversary ESO house, which is super cool. And they had some ideas or whatever, but one of the ideas, which I thought was really cool, was to kind of do an ESO museum and have like a museum case for every DLC that represents the DLC.
That would be fun.
And I was thinking that's actually really freaking cool in general, because you can just keep that going. Every DLC that comes out, just add to it, right?
Yep.
Like, I think that would be so much fun.
And you could start with,
inside the Lesmos.
Initially, you could start with a small house because it's only been 10 years. So, I mean, when like 30,
only
40
10 years. Dude, 10 years is a big deal. Like, that's a long time.
I know that, but like
only 10 years, sir.
I don't mean to say that in a shabby manner, but
oh, they're doing a recreational class competition for gymnastics.
Ooh. First, he's got to like listen.
Oh, I want Nine to show you guys these.
So
I was shopping in the store, and I want to know, has anybody ever seen these? Because I was like, huh? Hey, what do you mean upload failed?
It means it didn't complete.
Like something's wrong.
I think that's usually what it means. I could be mistaken.
You
want a new house? Like IRL or in-game? Like out of curiosity, hashtag asking for a friend? I know the missus would love a new house.
I would.
She's a serial mover. We finally figured out how to get her to stay mostly put. We just move her parents up here.
Yeah, that will keep me in one spot. You'd love a house, period. I honestly, like I said, I did 2 years. No, I did 1 year in an apartment, and I hated every moment of it. And then I was like, F this, and I bought a house. I'm on my third one. I like houses, and I like to move. New house with a pool boy? Yeah. Right? I'm a serial mover. Usually I like to rearrange, like, you know, the Cheerios and the Frosted Flakes and the, like, Apple Jacks. You want a condo with a nice deck? I honestly, I liked the deck for my last house better than this one.
Can I show these?
Yeah.
Okay. Chat, I just want to be perfectly clear that while the missus is having me show them, she brought us After Dark. I just want that known.
I happened to come across this picture on my phone when I was pulling other stuff
Mish?
out.
This is how you get Mish back into chat.
Has anybody seen these? Because I saw these. I had to take a second look. I had to stop and question what was going on. So these are printed boob masks and perky turkey bum masks. And I saw these, and I'm like somebody somewhere was in a product, you know, R&D, you know, development class, you know, the meeting was just like, all right, hear me out, guys. Perky turkey butt masks. I did not buy them, Hell Dog. I was not interested in these, but
I think this was Target.
This was
honestly.
at Walmart.
Oh,
it was at Walmart. You guys could see it. You guys could see the shelf tag. It was Walmart. That
makes sense. I can see people in Walmart literally walking around with these on and nothing else.
And And I was like,
I like how it says bauble-shaped boob masks. Like bauble-shaped.
baubles. So, I want to show you guys. I came across this picture on my phone. I forgot I took the picture. I was like, what the ever-loving god is this? The baubles were cheaper than the perky turkeys.
Because generally speaking, Belle, you know, for 1-to-1, the turkeys...
The individuals, so these were the individuals. These were $3 each. There was the mask duo.
Oh.
It was a 2-pack. It was a 2-pack that was for $5. So if you got both, you got like $1 off. Generally speaking. Like, what people come up with? Hey, Ogie. Are they edible? I don't know. I would probably advise against eating them. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, anyway, that's available at Walmart if you guys are interested. So, yeah. I should probably log into a game or something, right? But yeah, so that's what we said, because I'm already overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that's going on. And suddenly we're after dark. Walmart is cringy. Walmart is always cringy. The people are the only thing more cringy in Walmart. So we have global reveal coming up next week. Next week on Thursday, I have an event in the Discord. You guys can RSVP to if you need a reminder. The RSVP will ping you, and it'll like highlight in the top of the Discord, so you guys can check that out. But big global reveal. Usually that's when the sale will happen for pre-ordering. In the past, again, they could change the cadence, but usually that's when the pre-order becomes available for the game. And there's usually a lot of bonuses and incentives, so you guys can take advantage of that. And they usually also drop a little bit of merch. Again, in the past they have, and one of the things being the statues, which you see a lot of Nine has behind him, the Hermaeus Mora, they do sell out. They are usually like hand painted and only like 1,500. Yeah. They have certificates of authenticity, like the whole 9 yards. They sell out. If you guys want a statue, buy them immediately. Save your shekels. You get a payday Friday. Some of you maybe this Friday. Save your money. They are usually pricey. They're usually over $100. I want to say Hermie was what, $130?
Something like that.
I think the Ascendant Lord was also about $130. Like I said, they're very nice, very beautiful statues. They are very, very much every ounce of those dollars. But they do sell out very, very quickly.
That is true.
They usually do a lithograph.
Mm-hmm. We have a bunch. I just need to get framed.
Yes, we have all the lithographs. So we just gotta. We have High Isle. We have High Isle behind me. What statues? Salas, you've seen the statues. Because I have the Hermaeus Mora right here.
Yeah, you have one of them. You have one of the Hermes. I have the other.
I have the first one that came out.
Yeah,
and then they did a variant because everybody was like going nuts for them and like, oh my god, please do more. So like I said, I have the first one, which dusty. I have number 546 of 2,000. They only made 2,000 of these. So like I said, I mean this sucker's heavy. Yo. But like I said, they're super, super beautiful. They do a phenomenal job with them every year.
With the Hermie ones, what's ironic is that if you get both of them, they make awesome bookends.
Right? They plan that. So anything pre-order, we can't help you out too much, but we'll make sure we do have a Bethesda code live for you guys. In the Bethesda Gear shop. So if they do like t-shirts or anything that's not pre-order, you can get 20% off. So we'll make sure we have one of those codes alive for you guys. But the statues are fantastic. They're just very pricey. So if you guys are interested, if they're doing another statue this year, usually it goes live and sells out super quick. But just before that, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, is going to be the Xbox Direct. If you guys are interested to see what's coming with Xbox, I know they're going to talk about like Indiana Jones and some of the bigger releases coming up this year. So you can tune in to Bethesda the hour earlier. If not, 4 o'clock, immediately following the Xbox showcase, will be the Bethesda global reveal. So it's exciting. So we got that coming up next week. February, Random Acts of Kindness Week. I know how much Salvez loves my event. Salvez is not allowed to participate because he doesn't like my event. But we do a Random Acts of Kindness Week. Klepto actually, I think Klepto won last year. Was it? Yeah, Klepto won last year. Yep. We give away a custom art piece of your ESO OC. So basically you choose one of your ESO characters, and we send screenshots over to an artist. We choose a new artist every year, and they create a masterpiece of your... This is not random. You can think whatever you want, Salvez. You are going to die on that hill alone because everybody else wants to participate because they get free stuff. So
I will say this: the artist that we chose this year has some really good work.
Yeah, I got to get back to them. But yeah, so like I said, we basically, for those of you not familiar with it, every day of the week is a different theme, and we encourage you guys to go out and do an act that is, kind of to go along with the theme for someone random. So we do like Material Monday, for example, where we encourage you to send, some crafting materials or whatever to someone random. Just make their day. So it's more fun anyway. Don't need your permission to be nice. We're not giving people permission. We're encouraging people to do it.
Yeah.
Salvez.
And Salvez, even with our permission, you're not nice. Like that would imply that you do not so random acts of kindness on the reg.
But so every week we have, or every day of the week we have a different theme, and all you have to do is just submit the form. Tell us what you did. Just tell us what you did. This year, I think we're gonna share the ones that come in. Yeah, we'll share, and we'll put some of them on social media, just to inspire others. And then I didn't choke anyone. Fair. And then at the end of the week, so you can earn up to 7 entries, and at the end of the week, everything just goes into one big pot, and we pull a random winner. So you could, again, earn up to 7 chances participating in that. So if you want a really cool art piece of your ESO character, we'll post more details on that soon. And then we have hold on, let me pull up my calendar, because we did our planning for the full year. That's how Nine and I plan our calendars. Oh, no, what's also, I forgot, at the end of this month, guys. So in the past, what we've done is celebrate our stream anniversary. We started streaming at the very end of May, beginning of June. And we've always celebrated the day we started just the journey period, right? Even after we became partner, we always celebrated our stream anniversary, not our partner anniversary.
If you all remember the first couple years, we also did a 24-hour stream.
Oh, that was terrible. So the big thing is it always falls around the time of the chapter of the ESO chapter launch, which is just very overwhelming. It's just a lot of things, and I think we lose the celebration for both. Yeah, we kind of combine it, and it's just we lose that. So what we're going to do moving forward is celebrate our partner anniversary, which is January 30th. So we're actually, because the 30th is a Tuesday, which we don't stream, we're actually going to do it on Friday the 2nd. We're not going to do it on the Wednesday, but we're going to do it Friday the 2nd. We'll do a whole bunch of stuff to celebrate our partnerversary. and we'll have a little fun. So we'll do that.
Wednesday.
What?
It's only Wednesday.
What do you mean?
I was going to go check out the Lux vendor, but it's only Wednesday.
Yeah, don't do that. February, we are. It will be the return of the Valentine's Day cooking stream. It will not be a Gothentine's cooking stream this year. But we are going to do a Valentine's cooking stream on the 14th. It is a day we actually stream. It's going to be a Wednesday, so we're going to do a cooking stream for Valentine's Day. What else we got here? March is going to kick off our first charity of the year. We're going to do Be the Match, as we mentioned previously and in our end of the year recap video. So we will kick that off. We actually experimented, and it's going horribly, but we are experimenting. Stop that, Pooh Bear. We did a vanilla themed cooking stream. Thank you very much.
We did. Beaver costumes and all. We've got clips to prove it.
We are experimenting with a little project to see if maybe we can change up some of the incentives that we offer you guys. So again, it is the first attempt is going horribly awry as we speak over here next to me, but we're not going to talk about it. So that's going to be going on in the beginning of March. End of March is Nine's birthday stream. We're going to do a little Ninetales birthday stream. His birthday is March 21st. So we're going to be doing a birthday stream. Not on the 21st because we don't stream on that day, but we'll do something for his birthday. And then usually somewhere in March is the ESO first quarter content release. If they're doing similar cadence to years past, they usually release something in March. So we'll see if they follow that. We should find out the global reveal. Usually they give a roadmap. PAX East is also at the end of March, but we are more than likely skipping that this year, unless we manage to find an extra $250 to purchase badges to be able to go. Probably won't be happening.
Because we're not content creators.
That's fair. We're not content creators. So
if we were, it'd be a different story, but we're not. So
no, content creators have to pay for their badges too, I believe. Pretty sure, like 99.9% sure. I don't know. Maybe George can confirm that one. I'm pretty sure they also have to pay for their badges.
Well,
though.
I mean, George is a different level of content creator. Like, he's
oh
on
wait,
YouTube.
They don't.
What? Huge on Jim Brad. Oh no. Brad doesn't ever get back to us. Every time we talk to Brad, he's like, "Yeah, your metrics on YouTube are non-existent, so you're not content creators." No. We're not media. Like we acknowledge that, but we like do content. Is it? Yeah, but it's not YouTube, so I really don't care. You could literally be on TikTok, have like 10 billion followers, which are more people than are on this planet. That's multiple accounts. I love you all. And he'd still be like, nah, but your YouTube metrics are terrible. You've got like no videos. Like you don't even have a channel. Well, yeah, because I'm on TikTok, super famous. I just bought this building, as a matter of fact. Sorry, no can do.
I wonder. Maybe we have some conversations. Maybe we have some conversations and see if a lovely company will vouch for us that we're content creators.
Look at
last paid in 2013.
My content.
God dang it! You got passes from my YouTube network. Another time I helped out with a booth.
Like John Wilkes or like Seeley?
Stop it.
What? I'm just asking. It's a very big difference.
But anyway, PAX East may or may not happen. Brad is a tutor head. He is. That's not even his name, but whatever.
I purposely did not spend time learning his name because he was so rude about it.
Spellcrafting, finally. Some people said spellcrafting. They also said spellcrafting last time, so I don't know.
No spellcrafting.
That's a big thing. People will help at a booth for a day to get an exhibitor's badge. Yeah. Like, I just need somebody, like, I'm not even lying about being a content creator. I just need maybe somebody to vouch for me. Like, Maybe if somebody like a bigger company is just like, hey, yo, no, they're actually real content creators, like
So
maybe they'll care. I don't know.
And I know George was talking about this too, Paul, is let me ask this, and I know George can chime in, how
Get some more water.
do you see spell crafting working as a mechanic? Content manager assistant, right? That would work too. How do you see spell crafting working within ESO? Because I know how it works in like Skyrim, but how do you see it working in ESO and not becoming a problem? Because that's I know, like spell swords. I would honestly, I could see spell sword, sword just being a variant word. Thank you for the shout out to Sarah. But how do you see spell crafting work? I know he's fiercely telling me, George, if you want, I will pull you in. If it's that long, I'll just pull you in, and you just like speak into Discord and tell me if it's that much easier, if that's easier, because
George's content manager assistant, right?
Because I know you went into it in depth.
For the regional manager.
He's going upstairs, and I was like, unfortunately, only half typing, or half listening because I had something to get done at the same time. It's actually gonna do it. Okay, yeah, hold on. Mrs. I'm gonna jump down into stream VC.
Okay.
And
Can everybody hear us okay?
yeah, they can.
You're fine. George, if it makes you feel any better, I am not currently in your Discord because I avoid everybody's Discord like the plague. I'm in like 5 because I can't handle it.
Yeah, I'm also. Hello, Bakes. What's up?
Bakes? What? If you say chicken butt.
So, well, yes and no, Salvez. Yes and no. It depends on how spell crafting is going to be done. Yeah, George. When you get in, just like pick some. I'll give you the tags.
Oh
now.
yeah, I'll give the tags. That's fine.
Okay, he's got crafter, so you should be able to see. There he is. I'll just pull him in. All right, here we go. There we go, George. They should be able to hear you.
All right.
All right, can you all hear George? All right, George, riddle me this: how do you see spell crafting being workable in ESO without having super balancing? I understand there's going to be balancing issues.
Breaking everything, yeah.
Right, without breaking it like Skyrim style. Similarly, because I can see spell sword again being a variable word where you've
like
seen enemies
one hand in rune versus
I could see
like
that, or
one-handed in
or even
shield
charging
almost,
charging your weapon, right? So like you have an enchantment, but you can add like a fire enchantment, but then you can also add like ice or poison, like in a one-time hit. Like I can see that something like that working.
Or spellcrafting to not be completely busted like it is in the single-player games. I think it would have to be very limited. I almost imagine that maybe that would be disappointing to people, but it would be almost the equivalent of just crafting a destruction staff, a restoration staff, but obviously without, an actual stave. And maybe they could do it where, it's one hand is each spell, so you could even combine like, oh, here's the one fire spell that I crafted in one hand and a lightning spell in the other, and then like you said, you could combine that with a spell sword type skill line as well. But I feel like the only way it would work is for the spell itself to almost be treated as an inventory item, and then that way it could still fit into crafted sets, into dungeon sets, trial sets, arenas and whatnot too.
Tough thing to wear. If they do a left and right glove, then that's a whole nother armor slot they have to be adding, and that'll open up a whole.
That's the only thing I could think of is if you did like almost like added an additional like trait, like armor trait that is specifically designed to hold spells. But even then, I would think I could see like dual casting before I could see.
How is spell crafting any different than just any mag-based class casting?
Shield that casts.
Like you have, crystal frags, right?
Yeah.
Or is that weapon based? Is frags weapon based?
Frags is proc based. It's
Okay,
it's class. It's a sort class ability.
Yeah, but that's what I said. Like you have, there are spells now, right? I, as a Templar, I have healing spells that are class-based spell. Like how would that be any different?
Yeah. You have spells like pertaining to each class. You have the Arcanist.
Yeah.
Like the book is technically a spell. You put away your staff and you're just casting it from your hands.
Yeah. So that's why I said we already sort of have that. No, like what do people expect spell? Because again, this is like completely foreign to me. What are people expecting with spell crafting, and how would that be different than what we have, which is spell?
Or how do we change their understanding so that they're not expecting Skyrim spell casting?
Yeah.
Where you're just
I
creating,
guess
like,
what is Skyrim spell casting, and maybe that's where I'm lost.
Well, because there's spell casting and then there's spell crafting. Because in the single player games, you rarely use a staff. You're just casting the spells on your own. If anything, the vast majority of people, I don't think I ever see most players use a staff, and I certainly don't see enemies using staves in combat either. It's always like from like yourself. And ESO is kind of like the standard a little bit more, where staves are the go-to. So I think part of it, for me at least, is wanting a little bit of that nostalgia from the single player games, of just that look of just me casting things from my hands just for the visual, if nothing else. I would just like that to be an option, but it's also not a make or break deal, because I have really come to love like the look of the staves, and you get to customize it with the motifs and everything. So it is definitely one way in which ESO has helped to establish its own kind of look and identity too.
Said, because with that, like you said, with the bringing of the book and things like that, the Arcanist, I can absolutely see, again, more spell sword style, where, again, instead of using, again, it does bring a whole weapon system if you were to bring a book specifically in, but I can see that versus people being able to go to like a whole new crafting station and obliterate spells.
Right.
As I feel like you were saying, a lot more people would become disheartened when they weren't able to cast create their Skyrim level spells.
Yeah, everything under the sun, as opposed to having something that would need to be a little bit more kind of almost watered down, as not to become absolutely broken. It's why it's so hard to balance, even just in the vanilla games, but they don't need to balance it around, oh, you're going to be overpowered against players. If you really want to make something overpowered in a single player game, okay, why not? Who's it hurting? We're essentially getting down to why they haven't launched it before, because they went through all of this for the past 10 years and went, oh, this is terrible.
Right?
That's true, Pooh Bear, that we have left and right rings. You have multiple rings.
Yep.
That could be, yes, potentially add a spell action to them. That
So
logistically, I think
I would absolutely be on board for a system like that. But one of the big things that I know people are going to be like, oh, but they do have it, is what they don't have currently is, and again, it's been a staple in a lot of Elder Scrolls games up to this point until ESO, is Pugilist, right? Actual unarmed fighting. Fisticuffs. You have, if you don't have a weapon, you're punching, but again, it's insignificant. In Skyrim and Oblivion, the Khajiit had their claws, which added extra damage, right? It was worth it. In Skyrim, you go to Riften, you get the actual Pugilist gloves, which increase your unarmed damage. You could actually be a monk character, for lack of a better term.
Oh yeah, there are people who would just would punch Alduin to death.
Right, exactly. And I think along with that, if they brought in Pugilist first, and the reason I say bring in Pugilist first is simply so they already have like an unarmed system already in place, is once you have that unarmed system in place, I think something like spellcrafting, or like I said, dual casting, casting from an item that you're not holding per se, such as gloves or rings, would be a lot more viable.
And especially with Pugilist, I could almost see them making that more viable via like a mythic, for instance, and that would maybe limit it to, okay, if you want to do this build, you need to have this mythic, but that'd be
Yes.
one way to try and like pump up that damage a little bit.
Correct. And like I said, it starts out small. You're already taking off like your hand slot for this mythic item that lets you do unarmed damage. It's like significant. Like look at when bash builds came out.
Oh yeah.
It's like they were decent for a hot minute. And then they weren't.
I think Bakes, the answer that if they were to tie it to jewelry, I think at this point they did it with Morrowind. They made it part of base game. I think we're at a point that Somerset could very easily be part of base game too now.
Yep.
Especially with the 10-year, I feel like it would make a lot of sense for that to be kind of like a gift to the community too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring in jewelry, especially since they just revised how all of jewelry is done. Is like they even said like, oh, jewelry was initially designed to be end game, and now it's like cool. Now it's not like 100,000 gold just for a piece of chromium.
Yep. They're stacking in that direction.
Right. So it would make sense that it's like, well, now everyone has it. It's actually meta for like any starting character to have it. So that would definitely be a viable, and I think that would be like super fun with it. I think that would also bring in really well. Again, the pugs and things along those lines. And again, once you have the pugs, again, now you don't have to worry about, like you said, like an unarmed system because it's already in place, right? So if you're using spell crafting, if you're putting it on weapons, if you're enchanting, jewelry with attack enchantments and attack spells, it's already now in place. I think that'd be super fun.
Confirmed, Geeky loves bash builds.
It's the only way to play.
It is. If you ain't bashing, you ain't winning.
Just all bash build tomorrow for Tipsy Trials, right?
Yes, all bash builds. Everyone makes a bash build.
I don't know how much chromium is on NA. I haven't looked, honestly, in a while.
Chromium on NA is currently down to 22,000 from like 120,000.
No.
Yeah,
375,000, 380,000 was before they made the switch.
Down to 22.
Yep.
So we're doing pretty good. Bash me, yes.
It is almost civil, right? I mean, it's basically probably Drawwax is still the highest now.
Yeah, just because people need it so much for light armor. But yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that'd be absolutely viable. And then since I got George here, George, what is your take on the Valenwood expansion?
So I had a couple theories leading up to this. Because the same way that we had, during Greymoor, we had Western Skyrim as the main zone, then we had Blackwood as a smaller zone. With Necrom, we had a little bit more parity where they were kind of on the same level in terms of the amount of playable space. We had Telvanni Peninsula, and then we had Apocrypha. I'm almost wondering if we're finally gonna see Falinesti, since in the base game they see it's like, oh, it wandered off. It's like, for all we know, maybe it was taken either by Meridia or another Daedric prince, or maybe it just settled somewhere in Cyrodiil, and just because of the Three Banners War, it maybe wouldn't be the most realistic that no one thought to mention that it settled in Cyrodiil, but in the case that they don't want to go the route of, oh, it was teleported to another realm, maybe it just settled somewhere that's maybe like in the midst of their own turmoil, so that information just hadn't necessarily spread too quickly.
Bosmer, Bakes, Bosmer. Talking about
Dark Elves were Necrom and all that good.
Telvanni. So, because again, the more digging I did is the Falinesti definitely came up in the research that I was looking, right? I'm like, okay, if they're going for something, if they left the pact and all that, the Falinesti are definitely part of it. But the other aspect of it was of the Falinesti again, and with on Umaril, is again the Falinesti are definitely part of that. And like I said, the Crown of Ascension was a massive a massive piece, which you do see once in ESO.
Mhm.
So I feel like it's a viable piece to come back.
And because with the whole mention of the this group of Bosmer, we don't have a name for them yet, but these Bosmer are going against the Green Pact. All we know is like, oh, they're searching for something, and I don't know if we're really supposed to take it as just like a fluff piece, but oh, ignore the Alien ruins, ignore would-be emperors, but I'm assuming
Yes.
there's really no fluff in that letter, and everything in it is mentioned for a reason. So, oh, don't tell Evely, like you guys said. It's like, okay, so we're gonna see her. Don't get
Yep.
distracted by Alien ruins, so we're probably gonna have
Yep.
something Alien related, which makes a lot of sense because you have Alien ruins in both Valenwood and Cyrodiil. They were the Heartland elves. They did affect these particular regions.
Yep.
And Meridia was one of the patron Daedra that they worshipped.
Wait, what? White Gold Tower was made by a
Was
court?
made by the
Durrani.
Iliad to... Well, unless I'm getting it wrong, I believe White Gold Tower was made by the Iliad almost to like mock or try to emulate the Durrani, what they had done with
So
Adamantine Tower, unless I'm getting that
Hey,
mixed
Kyle.
up.
so the White Gold Tower is the Adamantine Tower. The core, specifically the core, is the Adamantine Tower, created by the Durrani. And then the Aliens, basically over the years, there have been multiple
Nice.
Durrani towers, and again, that's where we get like Elden Root from. That was actually a Durrani tower. Belfiera was a Durrani tower. There's a bunch of Durrani. The coral, one of the coral reefs, the Coral Hearts, is a Durrani tower. And basically, when we're,
like law, yeah.
yes, and what we're talking about when we say Durrani Tower is like the Tower of Beacon Zero. So you ever see people on the side of the road? You know, one guy's got like a stick, and the other guy's like behind the scope and kind of like surveying the area, right? So the Beacon of Tower Zero.
My brother loved it, bakes or not,
Right.
sort of.
is, the Beacon of Tower Zero is actually a survey stick to measure distance from the Adamantine Tower, which is White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil, Imperial City. So, that being said, White Gold Tower isn't the only Durrani tower, because there's also one in the Balfiera tutorial zone. If you actually go to Stormhaven, and like I said, because I was testing it out earlier
You can
today,
see it very, very faintly off in the distance.
you can,
Yep.
yes, and you can see that it's Balfiera Tower right over there, and that is, like I said, the highest point in Balfiera. So it's a big lightsaber, almost. It's like I said, it's more of like a survey stick. So, which is why the light is so bright and can be seen, 10 billion light years away. And so that being the case, now we're talking. Like I said, that's why I was bringing up Umaril and all that. He actually led a cult of Wood Elves from Valenwood who worshipped Molag Bal. And their arch enemies, if you will, their arch enemies, worshipped Meridia. And like I said, it was all in the Falanesti regions. Now, that was all the first era. In the second era is when you actually, in ESO, you actually go with Irene. You go with the False Queen in one of her quests, and I forget exactly which one it is. And you actually basically go and resolve this a little bit. She comes out victorious because you did all the work for her.
Right.
And I'm not a I'm not a huge Irene fan. And so, but she comes out victorious from this. And basically this whole kind of like pseudo look into the past type of thing, like when not when you're helping her fight off the ancestors, and it's all about this war. And basically the only item is, because again, your Bosmer who are going to find some sort of random strange ancient artifact. The only thing I can think of, well, one of the items I can think of that would make sense would be the Crown of Ascension, which is an ancient item that the Dunmer knew about, that was used to basically when the aliens were still around is when it was created and used to kind of unite and basically get them on the same level. So again, I think that would be a phenomenal item, and again, that would tie from year one Molag Bal
Yep, all the way forward through
right to where we are now.
The new tutorial with
Yes.
Balfior, which the second they added that to, I kept on wondering, it's like, when is this going to tie in? Because they even go out of their way to say, oh, Balfior, the Durrani Tower brought you here for some reason. And
Yes.
I was thinking for so long, it's like, there's no way this isn't going to come up again because they made this the new starting point for every player.
Yep. And like I said, they were very deliberate in letting you know what brought you here and why you're here.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, that's honestly, I think, again, I agree it's going to be Phelanwood. I think it is going to be in this little region out by Cyrodiil. Because again, looking at the overexposed image, what you see is you're seeing the Wood Elves fight the Bretons. Right? Is if you were to look at that, just going to load it for myself and so I can everyone
So
else can kind of
you
see
can
it.
see the three banners just
Right.
all amidst
They're all
themselves, like all
mixed,
among
yeah.
each other.
Right. But oh, I'm in the wrong. Dee, show me. So like with this again is
Yeah, shout out to
specifically
Gone Crazy Back Soon,
Yeah.
who lightened up this image. This is we borrowed hers.
like I said,
No
that
blacklight
is-
this year.
Yeah, no blacklight. Yeah, we tested that just to make sure.
I had someone ask that. It's like, has anyone tried a blacklight yet? It's like, I don't think so.
We did.
So-
There's nothing
yeah.
there.
So like I said is you.
I
Look
don't
at,
think they're
like-
doing it 2 years in a row.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be obvious for everyone. I said you have a much smaller, even if it's in the distance, a much smaller Durrani Tower, and you have very clearly on one side, Bosmer, or Wood Elf attire, with a lot of the bones and horns, because again, a lot of their styles are wearing skulls and natural items, and on the other side, very clearly Breton.
Yeah.
And it is very much divided all the way
Very
through.
chivalrous knight looking motif, especially. Yeah.
Yes, chivalrous knight, almost, yeah, even what's it called, the Ascendant Lord style, which again we know is very Breton. Oh, outfit styles. Show me outfit styles. Show me Breton.
Which would also be a great time to bring back the I'm gonna blank on the name, but the order that we had under Lord Bacaro, because they were still trying to do the peacekeeping efforts, and I wouldn't want this new group that was introduced in an expansion to just not be brought up again.
Right. So yes, so Sean, yes, all three alliance banners are in the image. So you can glean from that one of two things. You can glean from that one that it is either all three factions are basically, if you will, they're still sporting their faction, but basically all three alliance leaders are basically putting aside their differences, difference of beliefs, think Civil War style, and they're fighting over, they're basically fighting each other over like a Civil War concept, like, oh, I believe, hot chocolate is made with milk, I believe it's made with water, type of thing.
I know which side is losing then.
Yes, water. Yes, every
Yeah.
day. Yes. Or it could very well be that, again, they're still repping their colors, but they're basically coming to fight, because again, you have EP, you have the Pact in there, and no armors that are indicative of the Pact. Basically, if you were to split this image right down the middle, is basically where the Bretons start all the way up, and then where the Bosmers start all the way up, right? Sort of fantasy. Like I said, I still think it's going to be more like Civil War style. I definitely think it's going to be more Civil War style, which is why all three factions come together. Think about High Isle, when all three factions came together. I think there's going to be an artifact that comes about, and people are going to... The factions, the reason they don't want the factions knowing about it right away is because the factions are going to basically start going to war for it. Especially if it's like I said, like the Crown of Ascension.
Yeah.
Whoever wears it is going to basically reach the level of aliens, right? So I feel like that's part of it.
And then obviously, just lore-wise, we know that there wasn't another real significant empire from now through Tiber Septim. So we do already know how it's going to end, but
Yes.
the fact is we have
Very true.
so much that can be done, because they've been setting up for this for years, I'm willing to believe, because they always say, oh, we're 2-3 years ahead of what we're releasing now. So
Yep.
I really think, between High Isle, Blackwood, and also just the base game, there's a lot of story threads we'll see really just come together now.
Yep. Because Mrs. can speak on that. Like I said, when she worked in product creation, specifically for her previous company, said they were years out.
You have to be.
Takes forever to do stuff.
A crystal war. So part of my research, like I said, I was using UESP for a lot of my research, since again they have a lot of it already documented for me, which makes my life easier. There are like the Crown of Ascension, an ancient Ayleid artifact, appearance of a crown, and supposedly possess powerful enchantments, and considered a treasure of great value. Created by the Fen Lords, Ayleid necromancer kings once ruled over Blackmarsh in the first era. Fen Lords were Barsabic Ayleids, subculture that emerged from the exiled Aedra worshipping Ayleids, driven out of Cyrodiil following the scourging of Wendelbeck in the first era, towards the end of the first era specifically. So that kind of brings us more towards the Blackmarsh era space, which, again, there's still room. If Blackwood's here, Murkmire's here, you still got all this space down here in the eastern border.
No more Blackmarsh, please.
Between Shadowfen
no more
and
Argonians.
Blackwood. Shadowfen and Murkmire, that is Blackmarsh. You also have these islands and this little piece right here. So, yeah, like I said, they said that the Crown of Ascension left, but we've seen it before. So, in the second era, where we are now, treasure hunter named Zara journeyed to Gondrennen to discover the location of the crown and possibly recover it if it's not small enough to transport.
Random and got White Gold Tower. It's a sign.
Yeah, it is a sign. Let's see, vestige, yada yada yada. The crown to Alton Cormount to be appraised by the compatriots of Captain One Eye. Although the crown's enchantments were greatly diminished, still found an object worthy of study.
Thanks, old dog.
So, the pirates of Alton Cormount found a buyer in Morrowind and agreed to take it off her hands. So basically, in ESO, it's been recovered and brought to Morrowind, which is weird because Morrowind is right next to Tilvani Peninsula. Weird.
And what are we talking about?
The Crown of Ascension.
Oh.
Because the Crown of Ascension is kind of one of the items I'm theorizing that could very well be.
I'm still saying there's going to be a new battleground.
I believe that. I can absolutely agree with that.
Because the last one was
I'm sorry, there are 10 Durrani towers. 10 Durrani towers.
Yeah, essentially each province has their own, and then I think there's one extra.
Let's see. Looking at this, there is the Adamantine Tower, which is basically where they tried Lorcan for his involvements in the creation of Mundus. Which is now the White Gold Tower. So Adamantine, yep.
A couple of them are more natural.
Yes, like the Elden Root.
Elden Root, Red Tower,
Yep.
aka Red Mountain.
Yep.
Crystal Snowthroat.
Yep. The Orichalk, Walk Brass, which is
There you go. That's the man-made one, the particularly man-made one. Yeah.
Yes, by what's his name? I can picture his face.
Kagranak, yep.
So, and then Green Sap, which is Elden Root. Because they used a perchance acorn, and who was it? The Alessian Slave Rebellion, again, first era, who was almost converted into Elden Tree was almost converted into a new White Gold Tower after an Ayleid known as Anumeral attempted to convert the region into a new home for the Ayleids. Stop the Elden Tree from moving, which is why it is where it is. When Irene stepped into the orrery beneath the Elden Tree in Second Era 582, remember that if you remember that quest, she emerged as herself, proving to the Bosmer that she was a righteous and true queen, even though you did all the work.
So you're the queen,
right? After another major hub of the Green Sap Tower, Elden Root, is the Great Oak of Falinesti, which in the late Third Era, the city stopped walking and rooted itself for the first time in recorded history, which would be the Morrowind, Elder Scrolls Morrowind. It's 4.
Mormon onwards, which there's a whole thing about how
Yep.
in the more recent games we're essentially entering, if not already getting past like an apocalyptic era. I mean, we literally had the Oblivion Crisis and everything. There's
Yep.
a lot of really fun theories there.
Yep. Doomcrag and Coral Tower are also Durrani towers. Durrani cores. Doomcrag. One of the towers. Where is that? Once the greatest alien city in northwest Tamriel. That would put us at. Where is Doomcrag? Why was it? Is that in the peninsula? High up in the peninsula?
Doomcrag. Why do I know that name?
Doomcrag makes me think of the 90s.
Oh, Doomcrag, Iliad Tower, Rivenspire.
Rivenspire. Okay,
Northwest
so we have,
of Shornhelm. Yeah.
Okay. So, northwest. Yes, northwest. I know I'm looking on the wrong side.
This is a homemade pizza, Rennie. 9 made pizza tonight.
Ooh.
I did. I made the mistake of flouring the bottom of the pan, which didn't work out in my favor.
Oh yeah.
So it didn't stick. But next time I won't do that. But otherwise, the pizza came out amazing. Maybe a little more sauce.
We have a pizza stone coming in tomorrow because I wanted
nice.
to make more pizza.
Yes, make all the pizza.
Right.
And we knew we were making pizza this week, and we still picked up 3 frozen pizzas from Trader Joe's.
That's
Hey,
not right. We did the same thing.
We have frozen pizzas in the back burner, just in case,
Exactly. Yeah.
Sometimes you're just lazy. You just want to unwrap something, throw it in the oven, and call it a day.
Yeah.
Or
Hi,
sometimes
Dendo.
you just get a bad dough, and you go, all right, well, we got the frozen pizza because I'm still in the mood for pizza.
Well,
Yeah. I actually found a dough that I love, and I found the best way to work it is because a lot of the recipes were like, oh, especially if you're using the fast rising yeast, they're like, oh, hey, let it sit for like 30, 45 minutes and it'll fully rise and you're good to hook. And I'm like, every time I did that, it's like the pizza just didn't come out right. So now I let it sit out for like 30, 45 minutes to get its initial rise, and then I throw it in the fridge, and basically 24 hours later is when I use it.
Oh yeah, cold ferment.
Yep. And
I've
like
seen
I
a
said,
lot of videos on it lately.
It's so good. It's so much better
there's so much better, yeah.
than what I was doing before.
Rennie, you can make like little personal pizzas. Get a little pizza sauce and some cheese, sprinkle it on the English muffin, toast it.
Yep.
Oh, I grew up with English muffin pizzas. Love it.
Mhm.
Still
A big New York
such a
thing.
nostalgic thing.
Yep, we did English muffin pizzas.
How you doing tonight, Genjo? So yeah, I did the kiddo got a personal pizza. This is how I know that the flour ruined it. Is that I didn't flour because his was just like on a pan, so I didn't flour the bottom of it, and I floured theirs because it was like on a pizza tray, and his came out perfect. Theirs questionable.
Again, it altered the taste a little bit.
It did. Less flour, i.e. none. But yeah, no. Now that her father's staying with us,
Sorry, but okay.
temporarily, what I end up doing is I make twice as much as of everything. So normally the recipe that I use for dough is about 2 to 2.5.
Yes, Janku, we are talking lore tonight.
And
Right.
pizza.
I'm pizza.
and pizza. So yeah, I use like 2.5 cups of flour, and now I'm using like 4 to 5 cups. I'm like, that's a lot of flour, especially with the price of flour going up.
Ugh.
I know. Well, there's going to be a flour shortage this year, in case you guys were unaware.
And we're not talking daisies.
Again?
Yeah.
Still. More like
I
I
said,
remember.
yeah.
I remember the yeast shortage. My mom was scrounging looking for yeast during the height of the pandemic because she was just at home bored. So she was just baking every day. I'm like, this is why there's a yeast shortage, because you're baking every single day.
I know. Well, that's basically
I got
everybody
the
was,
benefit.
right?
I walked 10 minins to their place and I was like, all right, here's pizza and sourdough, and she's still making sourdough every week. You won't eat it because it's carbs, but she'll make a
That's
loaf of
understandable.
sourdough, and then my dad has breakfast for the week.
Right? And it's so nice because, like I said, you just have to have the starter. If you just keep feeding your starter, it's
Exactly.
great.
Yep. Same starter she's had since COVID now.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh, that's awesome.
Mhm.
I
I,
would probably have killed a starter by
kidding.
now.
Said I have. So I tried making a stollen over Christmas, and I botched it. And one of the ingredients it calls for is fresh yeast. Fun fact:
Okay.
no one sells fresh yeast anymore.
Can you find
Yeah.
it on Amazon?
Yeah, but it's only got a shelf. It has to be refrigerated, so it's only got a shelf life of like a week. So
okay, that's
while
right.
while Amazon will get it
Basically,
to
he
me
needed a
within the
starter.
week,
He needed a starter and didn't
Yeah.
have one.
and it takes like a week to get the starter up and running. So, but
We're
I
on
know
sushi tonight. Oh, I could go for some sushi.
maybe I try that tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Applebee's.
Tomorrow's Applebee's because my kid went on the potty. Potty training, yay!
You gotta love it. But yeah, so now I've got all this like active yeast and all that. I'm like, I could totally do a starter out of this. Fresh yeast for next time.
But yeah, Janku, we're talking about our theories for the new content. Talking about the towers and all kinds of stuff here. So, you have any?
Ooh,
Do you have any
nice.
theories, Janku? Where you think we're going? Oh, free sushi. That'd be amazing.
We originally brought George in so he didn't have to sit there and type while we moved on, because I've done that. I've had that before.
Now
I was typing an essay down there.
No, I've definitely had those conversations with streamers before. It's like, this would be so much easier if I just told you this is how long it's gonna be. And by the time I like send it and they read it, they're like, wait, what are you talking about? It's like, I don't even know anymore. We were talking about this. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm like, just have George come in, and if it's not gonna be that long, because it'll be so much easier.
Yeah, I feel you do not have to stay if you don't want to. Do not let 9 hold you captive. You got things to do. But of course, you are always welcome to stay.
I don't want to take over. I'm happy to talk just in case we have anything else we wanted to speculate about.
Valenesti, something Valen would.
Also, like Sarah said, I not accidentally, but I made almost 30 meatballs tonight, so now we just have a lot of meatballs.
Too many meatballs.
I mean,
Not too many meatballs. They freeze perfectly, but
yeah,
I hadn't made them in a while. I wanted a batch, and now we certainly have one.
like 3 batches.
I do that with waffles and pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
Because my kid likes waffles and pancakes for breakfast, but he's 3, so he only eats like 1. So I'll just make a whole batch up, and I'll freeze like 10 of them, and he'll get 1 a day.
Yep. You heard sushi. You got some eel. 9 loves eel.
Eel is so good.
Ooh,
Eel's my
Nibini.
favorite.
Nibine. I have
Nibine?
not. That's the first I've heard that one.
So Janku, why do you think Nibine?
Because the Skingrad region would be the Colovian Highlands, if I remember correctly, and this is nothing. This is just pure speculation, but for anyone that might know some of the behind the scenes of Oblivion, there was supposed to be an additional city called Such, which then, because of the limitations of disk space, because the games had to be like 4 gigs back then,
Yep.
and then also RAM.
Massive.
I think the 360 had half a gig of RAM total. The city as such, as well as several other features, never made it to launch. Instead, Such is just a fort that you use in like 1 quest, and that's it. This would be a really great opportunity to see Such, since it's part of the same region, whether it be as a city or even just as a more elaborate public dungeon. But it would be a really fun callback and whatnot with me being obsessed with the behind the scenes stuff.
I love that kind of stuff, though. You don't always know about it. So
Well, that's the same thing with Kvatch having an arena. All the cities in Oblivion were supposed to have arenas, with Kvatch lore-wise being like the second biggest arena after the Imperial cities. So getting to see the arena in Kvatch once again kind of ties back into the behind the scenes stuff and all these things that they wanted to do with Oblivion too.
that's kind of cool.
So I could get behind Nibine because we do see it a little bit in Oblivion, right? But the best part of when we see it in Oblivion is specifically when there is a very specific cavernous door screaming at you that I may or may not ignore the rest of the game to spend my entire life there.
Oh, absolutely. It's its own game at that point.
Oh, that's literally the only reason to get the game, is for that. I may or may not have spent all my time there.
It's to this day my favorite DLC, tied with Witcher 3 Blood and Wine, but it's
good.
so good.
So for those who don't know what I'm inferring is, in Elder Scrolls Oblivion, there's a DLC which basically brings you into the Nibine Bay just a little bit, and within there you find a little cavern with a screaming face on it, It is, yes, Jenku. It is the Shivering Isles, the realm of Sheogorath, which we already see him in Cyrodiil. So,
Which is
I
where
think
Nibene
is around. Yes, it's around there.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's the eastern part of Cyrodiil.
Yep. So if you were to go to Cyrodiil, basically, it's kind of more on this side. It's in this little watery region down here.
Comprising the modern counties of Shay, Bruma, Bravel, and Leowin, as well as the heartlands around City Isle. That's
So Nibene would be phenomenal. Now, the variant, one of the reasons why I don't think we'll go straight to Nibene as much as I want to, and I would love for there to find out that. Oh yeah, no. I'm not gonna DM in one dungeon, right? We're gonna avoid spoilers to the best of our ability. Again, a lot of it is just theory crafting, Jenkins.
Yeah, this is all speculation.
Is that I would love for them to again bring back Sheo, bring back Wes Johnson, and have him do like another major iconic role again. He's very much not typecasted within Bethesda, given how much he does outside of that. For those who don't know, other than the very most recent Hermaeus Mora, he also did what's his name? I forget the character. Ardcatic in The Reach.
Markarth. He had a movie on Amazon Prime come out this past year.
Oh, nice.
Yep, I did see that. I love following him on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things.
He also did. He's done other things in ESO, hasn't he?
Yes. He's done other roles. He's been in other games.
I know he's
before.
done Skyrim because he was at Lucian.
Yep, he was Lucian Lafort. Yep.
Lachance.
I'm sorry, Lachance. Fort Chance, same thing. The something.
Hermaeus more previously, Sheogorath.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And in the other games as well, in other Bethesda titles as well. So you have him in Fallout. He was the Silver Shroud in Fallout 4. He was Ron Hope in Starfield most recently.
Yep.
So, but he has a massive body of work in general.
He's incredible. He is such a kind and wonderful human being. Like that. I think that's my favorite thing when you boil down celebrities. Like some of them just really suck. They're just terrible.
All the voice actors who went to Vegas, especially, I know. Yeah, it was either Jess or Gina talked about how they just skipped their dinner break just to continue doing the signings and the meetups.
They're so fan. Like, I love it. I hope they have more voice actors at the 10th anniversary.
Which region, Bika? Because there's basically all this region that has no snow, and then down here by the Pride, there's some snow once you get more towards the Dire Frost, but there's really like no snow. Up top?
Did you leave off at the New Life Festival? That's probably why.
I have a lot of characters in Eastmarch right now, come to think of it, yeah.
I know, right? It's like,
but I don't get my 2-hour bonus anymore, yeah.
Right?
I know. I had to take that off my tips and tricks. You don't have to refresh it anymore.
So, but yeah, bringing... So while I don't think they'll do Nibene Bay entirely, the only variant the only alibi I'll have to that is if they do Nibene Bay, is they will turn one of them into a PvP zone. They'll turn one of the islands into a PvP
one
zone.
Snow.
Now here's my other question.
There's so much it could be.
Less about the expansion, but just this year in general, because we just came off of a year where they went away from the typical 4 DLCs, and we had 2 paid DLCs, Dungeon Pack and Expansion, and then we had the free content with Infinite Archive. Now, my question is, do you think we're going to go back to a more traditional 4 DLCs, somewhere in the middle, or what are you thinking? Because I kind of miss having a Zone DLC. It's been a long time since we had story content, and I do want another Zone DLC this year.
I think they're gonna keep running it the way they did last year. I think they're trying to get away from that their 4 quarters, and they'll probably maybe they bring it back down the road.
It went
but
over
right now,
well this year. I think
It
it went
did.
over well this year with the player base, and I think that it worked for them. I think because the quarter 3 was supposed to be the big quality of life upgrades, which I think they got a few things in there, but it spilled over into Q4.
Yeah.
They definitely it stretched a little further than I think they expected it to, because there were a lot of big fixes they went after, which was great. But I think they got a really good warm response from hey, we're gonna focus on, fixing some of the aspects of the game. Obviously, like I said, they still have a lot of things they can work on, but I think they got a good response for that. I think, again, four dungeons a year was a lot for some people. It was just like,
Yeah. And especially when this past year too, with the 1 dungeon pack, they still kept on adding to those dungeons because you had additional leads, you had other things drop from them as
Yeah.
well. So they kept on bringing life to those dungeons. So I would be
Existing.
perfectly fine with another just 1 dungeon pack this year.
Mhm.
And Matt's end of year later made it really sound like they want to invest in more kind of like core features like Infinite
Yes.
Archive moving forward. I don't know if we should expect to see something on that level every single year, because you'll burn yourself out
wow.
development wise at some point.
yeah.
But it'd be interesting if we maybe saw that every other year, and then maybe
So-
have like a third DLC, but in Q4, and then Q3 is still just kind of like the quality of life. And for me,
Yep.
honestly, Q3 went by just because I was still catching up on all the other stuff from earlier in the year and other things that I just still
Yeah.
had to do.
So, the reason I think that they are going to kind of keep the pattern that they're going, right, if only for the temporarily foreseeable future, is mainly because this year they did a lot of quality of life. When we were at the ESO Vegas and they had their little, let's talk to everyone, AMA, one of the questions I had asked specifically was about basically the phasing out of the Gen 1 consoles. And while they very much want to do that, don't want to do that, again, they stated they do not. They are going to hold off on phasing out Gen 1 consoles as long as possible. You can go back. That's what they said.
Just because of the sheer amount of players there, yeah.
Correct. The other thing you have to take into consideration is, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, the world would have diabetes or something like that. And so ultimately Bethesda's owned by Microsoft. And if Microsoft is like, hey, we want to start pushing bigger stuff and kind of, I don't want to say force people, but kind of encourage people to move to the next gen consoles, ultimately they could come in and be like, hey, this next set has to be basically push Gen 1 consoles out.
Mhm.
And so I think a lot of what they're still trying to do is, yes, I think Infinite Archive was definitely designed to encourage you to get more people back into play, because they have to evolve the game. After 10 years, they have to evolve the game to play like other games.
Also, like
Otherwise,
Puma
they're gonna
said,
go-
that repeatable, incentivized
Yes.
content. Like, you got to
Yep.
give people a reason to come back and not rush through the new content. Be
Yep.
like, okay, I'm all caught up. See you in a couple months when the next thing
Yep.
comes out,
Correct. Similarly, is the other drawback to that is, I say drawback, is I think they also want to push quality of life for your console players. PC has a lot of add-ons. They can put as much quality of life as they want into the settings, and all that does is cover their bases for, like, oh cool, now PC doesn't have to use add-ons, because if your add-on breaks, it's your fault. It's not Zos's fault, right?
Mhm.
But now on console, their biggest thing is like, we don't have add-ons. That's not fair. Well, unfortunately, it's not Zos's problem. In the grand scheme of things, it's Microsoft, it's Sony's problem. It's their fault that you don't have add-ons. But I still think the good-natured hearts of Bethesda want to improve upon that for everyone. So I think that's more so they're going to put out that one big thing that kind of like IA, which is base game, while also spending a lot more time on quality of lifestyle improvements overall, which is best done in the format they used last year or this past year.
Well, I think, Sean, your point there is, I think it gets blamed on console because I feel like people's computers need to be upgraded before it becomes an issue for ESO. I think, the turnover of PC parts tends to be a lot more common than people having to up and buy a whole new console, right? There's
batteries for controllers and things like that. Like, no,
so
legit. I've talked to people that, like I said, I was talking to a lady Cybernova who was actually saying that, while yes, she switched over to PC, it saves her tons of money on batteries because you still have to put batteries in your controller.
well, I think that's a different point than what we're talking about here. But as I said, like I think console ends up being the bottleneck just because the nature of it. It's people aren't swapping out their consoles as much as they are swapping out PCs. But yes, I completely agree that yes, older PCs, older graphics cards, and things like that should definitely be roped in with that. And I'm sure they are. That's what it comes through. But Ready 17 is supposed to ready games way worse than even the crappiest. If you want to compare, you have to cut out everyone's using. That's what I said. Everybody. It's going to be everyone. I think it's just PCs naturally have a shorter lifespan.
You're going to have a lot of people who have upgraded their PC at some point in the past 10 years, more so than people who have jumped to the next gen console, like by comparison. But also in the case of consoles, and I'm saying this as someone who was exclusively a console player until 2014 when I built my first computer, I was not overly impressed with the Xbox One as a generation. The hardware usage, the amount of use that they got out of some of the hardware they had, it didn't necessarily age super well. And a big part of it is that the Xbox One is still running, I think, a 5400 RPM hard drive, which is a major limiting factor when that is the standard hard drive that everyone's using for a game that they keep on adding more and more and more stuff into. Eventually, you're hitting a point where we are hitting some bottlenecks in these older consoles because it's not just a matter of the game isn't just being run the way that it was 9 years ago. It's being run with 9 years of continuous updates. We had ESO go from, I don't know what the original size was at launch, but we had it go from that up to 100. Then they were able to compress it down to like 60, and now we're back up to 100.
Yep. I think for just base game alone is 126 gigs.
Yeah, it's massive.
I was hearing someone say that today. It's that it's 126 gigs. That's just for base game. We're not even talking like all the DLCs and all the fun bells and whistles that go with it.
125 on Xbox, yeah. Sounds about right.
So like
Well, everyone has all that downloaded anyway. That way, when you buy something, you can just play it immediately. And then for compatibility purposes, everyone has the same version of ESO downloaded. It's a matter of what is credited to their account.
So, and like I said, that's not including all the DLCs that go along with it, though, that has to be downloaded to back it up. So, again, while I'm not saying that I'm not saying they're going to push out first gens. I'm simply stating that I think they're probably going to focus more on prolonging the playability of first gens as long as possible by doing more of these like quality of life types of upgrades, adding things to base game that don't eat a whole lot of resources. Because outside of that, if they start adding whole new areas and things like that, you're gonna get, if people want better graphics and things like that, you're gonna have to have a system that can run it. And yes, PCs will absolutely have to upgrade with that, right? That's absolutely, we're not saying that they don't. We're not saying like, oh, you have, this 56K modem, oh, you'll be fine. No, you absolutely have to upgrade.
Yeah, it's just typically, like I said,
Yeah.
people are more used to replacing, a graphics card every couple of
Yeah.
years than they are a whole console. I think
Largely
it's
by
just a culture
comparison.
thing.
Yeah, PC, you have a lot more people who are more actively involved in upgrading their PC.
Yeah.
Console, you can't upgrade anything, so you just it's
Great.
the set
on.
and forget machine, which is
Yeah.
why I also like it for my more casual gaming experiences. I just put something in, and there's a certain level of expectation that I have for how it should run. But that's also the issue that console players have been running into with ESO on the
Right.
last gen systems now, is it's not necessarily hitting that minimum of what they're hoping for at times.
Yeah.
So,
Which has to do with the hardware and everything as well.
Yep.
To very quickly answer that, Sean.
I know.
Um,
Sean's asked twice now. He's been very
we
patient.
talked a little bit about. We went over all these ways in which they could balance it and how it would still be a nightmare, and that's probably why it hasn't been done yet. It does feel really, really funny to me how we were already speculating about spellcrafting. We were speculating last year and it didn't happen, so we're speculating again this year. Until we're eventually right.
We're
But given the
manifesting.
emote, I thought that was funny. Given the emote that we get from drops for watching the showcase,
Yeah.
it's like, oh man, Pyromancer, and we see the 3 different colors across, because you have one person with blue, one with purple, and then there is one in red in the background. And I don't necessarily know if it would even be a troll. I know the devs are aware that there is speculation as to the spellcrafting, but I think it could just be, if there is no spellcrafting this year, I think it's literally just a funny coincidence because, hey, it's a fun looking emote.
I mean, think about it. I mean, they came out with the trumpet emote, and everyone thought, it's like, oh my god, there's gonna be a bard class, and they didn't do that. So,
But Maddie did get his mention in the article.
He did.
He did. So, like I said,
good one.
I think there's, if you will, merit to be had in that. Sometimes they have this idea, and it's like now they can finally do it. So they do.
But it could be a clue. It could mean absolutely nothing, and if it could
Yes,
mean nothing
Robert.
because at the end of the day, it's a spell emote in a game that has spells already.
Yep.
Mhm.
But I would love for it to be an indicator or something, but I'm also not going to be surprised if it isn't.
What did they give us last year?
Ooh, because
Arcanist.
No. What was the global reveal item?
I can check because there are a couple years where it did tie in
I thought it was a
at
pet.
least slightly. The Greymore year, I know they gave us a red torch bug. This was kind of indicative of like
Yep.
the vampires. So it was a lighter connotation, but
Ritual casting. Again, have you ever tried to do ritual casting in D&D? Doesn't fare too well.
Rolling back real quick to see what last year's was.
Does not fare too
I
well.
think Sean said it was the ritual casting emote.
Oh yes,
Oh,
it was.
was
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
So what was this past year? This was which again, I mean, well, ritual casting, yes, does take a while, and you're basically reading from a book the entire time. You still, I mean, like this past year, you got like the bonus crates, the preview crates, which a lot of people got. The floating pet, the tome shell.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Hang-
the ritual, like looking at the ritual casting emote going off, like
I think if it was green, it would have been a little bit more indicative.
it was just purples. Like I don't think it really tied into anything.
I think a lot of it's like fun. So
That's the thing. Every year doesn't necessarily correlate, but I know there
Mhm.
have been years where it correlated.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the event item. Look, the event item this past year didn't add up to anything. It was just more bardic fairy stuff, which had
If
nothing
anything,
to do.
it felt a little bit more in tune with the High Isle because I could almost see it being like
Yeah.
a Breton druid thing more so than anything really tying into what we had, as opposed to Blackwood year where everything was kind of more
Blackwood themed.
Daedric themed. Yeah,
Yep. You got the home. You got the quasi-griff. You got
Bastion's weird stance where he just looks a little constipated.
Well, isn't that just Bastion?
I say
Yeah.
that was his
But
normal
now
look.
you can
That
be
must be. That's probably
constipated
why
too.
he hates cheese. He probably had a time where he
A
just
really bad
ate too much
experience.
cheese, ate too much
Got all
cheese.
bound up.
Yep, got really bound up. And just like that's why he hates cheese. Like, oh, cheese. It's like that
This
one time
again?
you drink too much. Yeah, exactly. Right. I ain't doing cheese again. Ugh, cheese.
Well, that's why I said, because and then they have the same thing with the morphable pets, right? Because I remember when we got it was like the scales of Akatosh was the skin the one year, and
That was super fun.
I was like, oh my god, and everybody's just like, it's gonna
dragons.
be dragons. It had nothing to do with the chapter, so
I know that
because we get small log ball this year.
Which again, if this really does tie in, again, if we go back to Cold Harbor, it could just be again something super fun that they came up with.
Up the Passion Dancer, Lily. That didn't.
It could be a tie-in, or it could literally just be, hey, 10 years. Remember in year 1 when you
exactly.
now he's tiny and he's in your home. Kick him a little bit if you want to.
Right. I'm still waiting.
I'm putting him in a cage immediately.
I'm still waiting for a Scam Crudy target dummy.
Yeah.
It can be like the Factotum where it only has like 500k. In fact, that would make me happiest. But if they were to give it like 30 mil with like no buffs added to it, I'm like, I really hate you. But I will sit here.
That would make sense.
It would be fitting at that point.
Sense. Yeah.
I would literally sit there and beat the crap out of it until I got it.
That would be the only time I'd parse.
That would be a whole stream.
I would.
Right?
We're gonna kill him today.
Parsing on Pacrudy.
We're gonna open a crate. He's gonna give me mimic stones, and then I'm just gonna beat the crap out of him.
Yep.
I feel like
it's very therapeutic, though.
It is. It is.
I think it would be super cool if they brought back. Like I said, I'm always a big nostalgia person. Like I love nostalgia. I would love to see them bring back things from like year 1 this year.
That'd be super fun.
Like Molog Ball. The little small log ball there. Like obviously, again, that's when the game launched. That's what it was. That's the story. Yeah, like I would love to see a whole bunch of that this year.
Oh yeah, day 1, make everything level locked again. for like a week, you have to like
it's not high 1 enough. Tamriel, it's 2 Tamriel.
Right. It's 1.5.
That
it's
would be hilarious. I'm gonna get my face
ripped
off in the Rift again when I run into a level 43.
People are still asking for the Vet Overland. That would be in the same vein-ish.
Right?
Oh, you made a brand new character to try out the game? This is gonna be great. You're gonna love this. You can't ever leave. Better hope you have friends.
You live here now.
Right?
Right?
You can only play with your friends who are in the same alliance again.
Yeah. Regardless if you have Imperial. Just for a week.
Yeah.
Same alliance.
Why did the Steam charts plummet for ESO for a week?
I know, right? Perfect.
Yeah, but no, as I said, I'm always into nostalgia. I would love to see them just come out with a whole bunch of, kind of like mementos and just fun things that are just, a tip of the hat to year 1 and where it all started. So
which brings my next question, since I have George and the missus here now, is what would your year 1 item, if you can remember that far back? I know it's been
I know that's the problem.
What would you from year 1 like to see? What do you think, just if they could bring anything back and we can kind of like theory craft how it would apply, what would you like to see?
So
I'll be taking a week off.
Me, this is very specific, but I just remember that when I first started playing, my first character was Ebonheart Pact, and I loved the Dunmer motif. And I was a little sad when we didn't get an ancestral Dunmer motif for Antiquities with Necrom. So I just want that, even though it'll be a little delayed from when I was expecting it.
Fair. Oh, that's such a tough one. I remember, but I remember things. If people are like, oh, do you remember this? But
Right.
to try
Read
and
off a list of things
something.
that happened in year 1. I'm like, oh yeah.
Can somebody tell me what happened in year 1 of ESO? Because I don't remember. I can't remember 5 minutes ago.
Give me back the Amulet of Kings. Let me just have that for a minute.
Right.
Okay.
I think it'd be super fun to get the vestige to get the prophet as a house guest.
I would be very happy with that, and I feel
point,
like they have enough lines that they could do it too.
Right.
Oh yeah, they don't need a ton of lines for it.
No.
And
Demon Cat, I don't think you understand why I would take a week off, because yes, I will fully admit, excellent Bunny Nader, how was your R&D?
Welcome back.
That Sorks in the beginning, much like Nightblades and basically all a lot of the classes, they weren't perfectly balanced. So Sorks were actually pretty horrific out the gate, right? And so that
Everything was horrific at first.
that would be
They had a rough start.
everyone chooses him.
Canonically, you're supposed to choose him because everyone else they bring back.
Yeah. I would love to see, honestly, from year one, is I would love to see the joke weapons come back. These are not the Cadwell weapons. They
like the broom.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, they brought back the bucket, or they
I know they brought back the broom somewhat recently.
Yes, it was the Jester's Festival. They had the broom and the bucket.
Right, but they had like an entire line of
Oh,
them. Like
it's never been horrific.
Like
Let me tell you this. What I do remember from year one of ESO is this game sucked ass. I
remember the Angry Joe review, and people just were like, I'm never going to touch this game. And now you still have people who quote that. And it's like, it's 10 years later. Can we move on?
ESO it had a really bad start. It had a very, very, very rough start. And there was a period of time where everybody's just like, this game is dead. It's over. It's done.
Why are you even playing this game anymore?
And here we are 10 years later.
Still getting those comments.
They did bring back
really
mounts this year.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They had.
They did.
They had a couple of them.
Didn't they bring back pay to lose?
What is it?
The pay to lose mounts. Yeah, didn't they bring that back?
They brought those back. They didn't bring back the fire one, but they brought back the 3 regular ones.
Yeah.
It was like the guar, the horse, or the pony, whatever it is, and
I
forget the third one. But yeah, they did bring those back, Sean. They did.
Yeah, this game was not a good game on day one. And like I said, I'm sure you could probably ask anybody.
There's a lot of MMOs and live service games that had the same problem and have managed to turn it around. It's the thing of, fortunately, your launch doesn't have to define you. Look at No Man's Sky. Look at Cyberpunk.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of second chances for a lot of games, and they're becoming people's favorite games because they're given that second chance.
Right. Look at Redfall.
I still haven't played it.
Oh, don't worry. No one does.
Yeah, I don't think that one got a second chance.
We don't talk about Redfall. No. We don't talk about Redfall.
I know Sarah liked the overall
had a lot of
gameplay
potential.
loop, but she played it on her own.
Yeah. It was
Redfall had a lot of potential, but it just didn't pick up like they thought it would, which is, again, it happens.
Which, like I said, because it had a lot of
Mara,
just
welcome. How's it
game breaking, it was unplayable for a period of time that it unfortunately people weren't willing to give it the second chance. But like I said, it happens. It happens. Player bases can be finicky sometimes too, and is that super grateful that
a genre that would have worked 5 years ago might not be as well received or be what people are looking for now. It was the same thing when Back 4 Blood came out. I loved Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, but I was like, oh well, this feels like Left 4 Dead 2. I could just play Left 4 Dead 2. Why do I need to play this then?
Yeah.
I would love to be in the minds of like the devs and the storyboard, the story writers for ESO, because one of the aspects that, if you think about it, right? If you think about it, obviously, as a studio, you want every game to be the best game ever forever, right? Like that's the goal, right? And you look at like Morrowind, you look at Oblivion. We don't talk about Daggerfall, but like you look at a lot of these games. Even though Daggerfall is actually pretty good if you like Souls
I love
games
watching Lotus play it.
Right?
Well, they have Daggerfall Unity now, and they just got its full release.
Right? Yeah. So like Daggerfall is great if you hate yourself and Soul games. I mean, it's great. It's so hard. It's just so hard for the time period it came out. It's just so hard. But that aside, I imagine that they want ESO to be like Morrowind and Oblivion, which are basically, anyone's welcome to disagree, very much timeless games. Like you talk about like the best games ever, and these games make the list. Like Oblivion and Morrowind, one of those two games make the list for you. And they're
We're
just
still arguing which one is better, Morrowind or Oblivion or Skyrim. And it's like the fact that we're having that conversation at all means so much.
right. So I wonder. So I said I often wonder. It's like, okay, cool. What is going through their brain as to what? It's like, okay, cool. How can we make ESO just as timeless as the rest of them, right? And obviously, like you said, you look at it like you're always gonna have like your diehards and who are gonna be like, oh, look at World of Warcraft. You've like 25 years later, you've got, or however long it's been, you have all these diehards who still play World of Warcraft. And so, how to play Elder games? Like fighting in the arena, yeah. Daggerfall is a unique one. So it's like I'd love to figure out like what they think of to like try and make that happen, right? While, like we talked about before, with Infinite Archive, still making it an evolving game that bring people back and want to play over and over and over.
Sir, are you streaming on YouTube in the Guild Wars 2 category right now?
No. I'm streaming on YouTube in the gaming category. I didn't actually select
It's
the game.
some light clickbait.
I was gonna say, because it's displaying Guild Wars 2 is
I don't know why, because it says category gaming, game none. Customization. It doesn't actually let me game title. Oh, well, maybe let's put this in the Elder.
Hold on while we went 4 hours.
Oh, there was no game listed. There was no game listed before. It was just gaming category there. All updated.
There.
Not that anyone's there, but
That's why we can't have nice things.
yeah, right. So yeah, so I said again back to the original question is kind of like what would you like to see from year one? Kind of have a tip of the hat come back to.
That's what I said.
Motifs, Bollock Ball.
9 wants Lyris to come back.
That's a target dummy.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of. We've seen some of the companions come back in other
Capacities, yes.
Yeah, so like Cadwell's had additional storylines,
Yep.
and
Saisahan.
Abnatharn.
Yep,
Abnatharn. Yep.
Yep. I didn't even get. Thank you. We appreciate you. Oh God, I don't know.
And again, that question is open up to anyone in chat as well. Is like, what?
But you also
What
have
do
to
you wanna
remember,
see?
not everyone here necessarily played year one too. So, we have people that have jumped in. Please say Emily will not be back. I have to let her side with her brother. It made Blackwood so much worse than it needed to be. The fact that they end the letter with, and don't tell my sister, she's perfectly capable of finding trouble without your help, I have a feeling means we're going to see her again.
Yeah.
Whether or not she's going to be a big part of it.
That's what I was going to say. She might just be part of a side quest. She might be in one quest or so, but not a main character. Because I really liked her in Orsinium.
Black Villa Dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they did
Black
something
Drake
like
Villa.
that. Yeah.
Black Drake Villa, yeah.
That one, yeah. You know what I was talking about. Where basically if they did something like that with her where you were doing a dungeon and she just happened to be there, it's like, oh, I knew you were doing something without me. I'm like, probably.
Well, the same way that, getting the Dragonstone leading into Elsewhere, you don't see those quest givers for the dungeons. Again, you don't need the dungeon character to be a main character for the expansion.
No. I will say this. I wish there are a couple things that I do wish they did do differently. Is that with the Wrathstone, I wish they did more with it.
I agree.
Is they kind of left it, they like, oh great, I completed the Wrathstone. Great, you stopped what the Wrathstone was going to do, and boom, and that's it, and never saw it again. And it's like never heard of it, nothing ever happened from it. I'm like, well that was anticlimactic. So I wish they did more with the Wrathstone. The other thing is
Wrathstone.
Right? I did break my Wrathstone, I'm sorry. Is if they're going to bring in so the reasons I don't really like Lyris and Sai are because they did them a huge disservice. They made them basically these like awesome, amazing characters. They protected the prophet, yada 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 yada. And then it's like, cool, now you have to help me, do this. And they like watered them down so bad. I would have preferred, like, Lyris's backstory, you go back in and like, oh my god, you help her overcome her feelings, her sigh, that are repressed, whatever, yada yada yada.
Her mommy and daddy issues.
Yeah, like, cool, awesome, that was phenomenal. But all in all, they like show her once or twice, and she's like, badass. Oh, I'm gonna take out all these enemies. Except I can't do anything because I still have these, issues I haven't worked out. I'm like, no, you're supposed to be. You protected the prophet for how long? Now, I don't want to like spoil for anyone who's thinking about starting the game. Is like same with Sai. Sai's like, my ancestors were dragon hunters. They were, the blades, and I'm going to relive their legacy. I was trained in their way. How do I use this again? This is one of their ancient tools. Go learn from her over there. Oh, this is a grappling hook. This is an ancient blades weapon that I've never seen or know how to use. Oh my god, look at all these blade stuff. This is all phenomenal that I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. Figure it out. Like, they just make them like such watered down characters.
Some vulnerability is good, right? Because it's just showing that even the most heroic, the biggest, baddest, bravest are not infallible, right? And I like the idea of some vulnerability in a character, but like it was I'm big bad tough, help me. Like it was I agree, there was there were a couple moments of that I was just like, okay.
Yep. I said Sai being the biggest one where he basically was supposed to be like, have all this ancient knowledge of his ancestors and be the last living blade, and for now, yada yada yada. And again, that's
new like nothing.
Alluding to Oblivion and other in Skyrim and other games. And basically he didn't like, these are ancient blades tools. I'm like, cool. How do I use them? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
He lost the manual.
Right? It's like, yeah. Oh, well, they didn't teach me this particular one that you absolutely need to continue the quest. Like, then how were we supposed to do it? Oh, I was gonna wing it. You're gonna wing it? Like you're gonna wing me up there, like on your sword or something? Like, what did you think was gonna happen? You're just gonna go saw, like Final Fantasy. You're just gonna like huck me up there. Here, stand on my blade, and I will huck you up there. Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, right, L-Dog? Help me, Sai. Help me, step-Sai Sahan. Like, it's like, so I said, there are a lot of characters that it's like, I wish that they could have made them more, I don't want to say overpowered, but basically overpowered. They could have like given them more depth and like to their actual greatness, and not just like, well, they were great at one time and now they're literally, they know nothing. They've lost all their memories and all their abilities, and Sai looks like a gym, like a 6-year-old gym rat who lives in, the basement of his ex-wife's house. Like, and it's just like, come on.
Really feel mine.
No, it's like I said, like Sai was a really good character, and again, even having, like you said, like we talked about, like that quasi like repressed, feelings for each other, like the unspoken love for each other was great. I love that aspect. But again, they really took the wow factor out of them by, again, making them like, like Lyris is like, I am the strongest person alive, but I have these weaknesses. I'm cool with that. Well, you're not gonna touch the prophet. Girl, I literally just helped you reconcile with your dead father and get all your weapons and armor back. Because you couldn't find the energy to you busted open the lock on my cage with an axe. We freed the prophet. You were like, I will sacrifice myself. I'm like, cool. That's badass. And it's like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm like,
which one will be the Dragon Knight?
that's more so what it is. And like I said, like Lyrinth, they did a really good job in. Like I said, even with Evely, except for that one dungeon, where basically, again, they just came in. You saw them enough to know that they were stronger than you and not to mess with them. And then, like I said, with Black Drake Villa, that was like the only one where I was questioning if Evely should have just stayed home that day.
If you ask Sean, they're gonna say yes.
or even Falkreath hold for that matter. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna cover you with arrow fire. Oh, your arrows are hitting me. Who are you covering? The mammoth? Like,
It'd be more lore accurate if they bring gracefully lyrics to the game with a huge 2-hand violin. Yes.
ooh, if they skin a violin, if they skin a great axe to look like a violin, so you're holding the neck of the violin and you're chopping them with it like a cello. Even like I know she wields a violin. Like a one-handed would be a violin, the two-handed would be a cello. Musical
Half
joke.
giant sword saint children. There's no story there. Oh my god.
Not one. Not a single one. So but that's honestly I don't want to say disappointments, but that's one thing I would have liked to have seen is again make these these like overclocked characters actually be overclocked.
Always bring back year 1 cake so none can get it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yes, give me the ability to purchase all the cakes that that I've missed. I will literally buy event tickets to purchase cakes.
That's the thing, because I missed some of the cakes because it was before I paid attention to the game, like for events and whatnot, so I didn't even know there were cakes that I was supposed to be getting, that they had the Jubilee events. But I had my account like since 2014.
Yep.
If it makes you feel any better, I missed a number of the cakes because I was overseas.
That's
a better excuse,
games,
though.
So.
That's a better excuse than me just not knowing what's going on in the game that I own.
Yeah, well, so it took us a while to get into the community aspect of it and like understand more of what was going on. We kind of just
winged it.
Yeah, we were just kind of doing whatever. But
I just played this like it was another single player Elder Scrolls game because I went, oh, I can go to all the different provinces. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't really play MMOs. I still really don't outside of ESO.
Yep.
I said my first major MMO was I full disclosure was World of Warcraft, and I figured this game was just like World of Warcraft. It's like everyone's out to get me, that no one's gonna help, and like you said, it's like although I did at the time, it's like I'm not gonna pay for a subscription, I'll just enjoy the free stuff, yada yada. And now I'm like, I wish I
Well, at first
more.
it was sub-based. If I remember correctly, we had to pay
first
for
year or so.
Yeah.
Ooh, they could bring that back?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Apparently, one of the reasons for that change was because there wasn't a way to have a required subscription for consoles at the time.
Hello,
so by the
Darklight.
time the console version was launching, because you already had to pay for Xbox Live and PlayStation Plus, they couldn't do like an additional sub on top of that. So that was around the time that they were like, okay, well, the sub is going to be optional for everyone.
Yeah.
The Jade Crown Dragon Slayer helmet and shoulder from the first ticket event. I will ask for. They will buy the one I didn't have last year. Yeah, if you played, if you participated in the event and got
and
your
didn't buy the tickets and didn't buy the cakes right away.
Well, if you got the cake for the double XP, if you got like the cake memento,
the quest item,
yeah, then you can go back and buy past cakes that you can do. But if you didn't get the cake memento for that year, then you can't purchase. That's they kind of tie it to that. So,
which I'm sure if I put in a ticket being like, "Hey, here's the deal," like I wasn't actually around.
They tell you to get wrecked.
You message them and you say, "Do you know who I am?" Because that always goes over well.
I am Zero Period George.
They're like, "We've been warned about you," and they just banned me. Like, that's fair. You know what? I get that.
George, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I'm still able to play, and I will tell everybody about you.
I feel like
you're gonna name drop me.
Right. The bad news is you can't actually make ESO content anymore.
Well,
I feel like if you ask Gina, I feel like if Gina asks support nicely on your behalf, maybe it would work.
I feel like there's a number of people I could ask to fix this problem for me, or help me with this problem. I shouldn't say fix it. Sorry, yeah, fix it.
Fix it.
Fix it now.
You give them a deadline and
Fix
everything.
Game.
Right? Just be like, hey, Weezus, you remember that sub that you got? Yeah, I'm gonna need a favor.
I'm gonna need all the cake.
Right? There's a cake that I didn't get for one reason or another. Doesn't really matter. How about you just make it happen? Let's just go with that.
Pay him in cake.
I was gonna say slip a $5 bill, just
Right.
at the ESO event.
Right, exactly.
Just slide him $5 about that cake.
My friend Mr. Lincoln here.
Right.
There's because I think there. Oh, your beta monkey, because you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
remember what email account you used for the beta, so he doesn't have
Oh.
the beta monkey, and he's all bent out of shape about that too.
So remember back in the day, but remember back in one Tamriel how they let you do a one-time transfer? Especially if you played in beta, they let you basically transfer your beta account to live. And so I didn't do the transfer because hypothetically I might or might not have been playing on my mother's account, but it's my account because she never played. I did. So it's my account. I want my monkey. Not that I want it because I like it.
Yeah, he hates monkeys.
No,
but-
just to have it because it's
Yes,
yours.
exactly.
No, I get that.
But she doesn't remember her username, and neither do I because it was 10 years ago, and I barely remember last week, let alone last night. And then I'm like, okay, cool. So I tried going through the entire recovery process, and they're like, yeah, we have no idea what you're talking about now. I'm like, I'm trying to recover an account. A what? An account. A what? An account. Account for what? For the game. The what? The game.
What game?
The what? Yeah, exactly. And that's basically, I'm like what's happening the entire time. I'm like, you know what? Just forget about it. Oh, okay, well, if you don't need our help, thanks for helping us. Here, take this survey. Tell us how we did. Like,
We like 10 out of 10. It's a good
right?
number.
Right?
Be really
Nice
nice if
round
you could,
number.
Yeah, right. Be really nice if you could give us 5 stars. I'm like, ooh.
What?
Maybe slip us a $5 bill.
Yeah, right. Right. I heard you got Lincoln's floating around. I'm like, ooh.
He's not a twin. I'm sorry.
Right. Our, a good
God.
friend, Zero Period George, said that you got them Chris Fivers. All I got for you are Chris Pie Fives. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, so
boy.
I think that.
No, I'm
super
hoping.
Cool.
I'm hoping. Out of this announcement, we get maybe some details about the US event, though.
Yep. And RGB torch
Yeah.
bugs.
GB torch.
Have
I
they
want to know.
said-
Yeah, I want to know what.
My new torch bug is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing, right? They gave Maddie a trumpet. They gave Maddie a whole trumpet to himself. And I don't even need like an ESO article written about me and like how I just like bugged them to no end for it. I literally just want the blue torch bug. And for free. I just want it for free. Just give it to me. Like, here, just like low key, Gina just slip me a blue torch bug into my account, or Rich, whoever wants to do it. I won't tell people where I got it.
You're not
The big-
picky, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
right?
it's only Gina and Rich are the only two that work for Zos, so it's obviously got to be one of them.
Yeah. So like it's just do that and like we'll call it a day. We'll call it even. It's like I won't tell anyone. It's like you can
As
do
I
whatever you
saw
want.
As telling Gina.
There's a white bantam guar floating around that's
Wait,
super
what?
rare, and that I want.
Wait,
Is it
what?
white or is it the Atmoran
Maybe it's the Atmoran, but either way.
or the Cold Harbor? I should say.
No,
not
it's the
Cold Harbor
Atmoran.
one.
The
There's
Atmoran one is the blue. It's like the blue back with the white belly, and it was for a survey. And I did the survey because I wanted the damn thing, and I never got it, and I'm bent out of shape.
Maybe it's a different one then, but
There's the
I know there was a
Cold-
guar that they sent to some people for like excellence in the community. I'm sitting here as like, I need to be
Oh.
excellent now.
All right, I'm excellent.
What constitutes excellence? Hashtag asking for a missus.
Clearly, we're not there yet.
Yeah, right?
I love bantam guars.
I
They're
do.
my
Yes.
favorite. Oh, my little dinosaur chicken.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I don't think it was the Atmoran one. I think it was just like a pure white one, but I could be mistaken.
Oh, the ESO Gimp mask is leaving in 10 hours.
Maybe it was.
It is. The elusive white. There's the Atmoran, which is white with blue eyes. So like white with blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And that is then there's this Atmoran Bantam Guar chicken, which is not the same thing.
I like
the
how
only
I went
white
from this is
one-
a survey pet to you have to be excellent. I like the jump that I made there.
Oh.
Right? Like,
Hey, I
which-
mean,
don't get me wrong, that would be super fun if like the devs who which we know is impossible. That's how we know you're lying, is because the devs don't actually play the game, according to
the
everyone
internet. And the
that
internet's
yells, yeah.
always right.
yeah,
Exactly. So, but like if they like every so often just like went in and like had like a really good experience and like, hey, go to your account and put this in, and it was just like an exclusive pet that way. Like you just randomly run into the right person, right time, right place type of thing. I think that'd be super fun, personally.
Yeah,
But
the white one,
blue
it was
torch
for
bugs.
surveys.
Yeah.
I'm
I guess
so
that makes me
bad
feel
out of shape
slightly
because I
better.
took the survey. I wanted it.
Well, did you slip him a $5? Because that's probably why.
That's the secret.
Oh,
What?
that was my downfall. That was my downfall.
That'll teach you not to.
Until the intro was voice left. Oh god, no! I just want all the dinosaur chickens. That's all I want.
Does.
No,
But
I understand. I get it.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna start using this platform to spread ESO propaganda.
ooh, how about 9? You want to do a giveaway? We'll give away the muscle flex emote. It's leaving in 10 hours.
Is it?
Yeah,
I can do that.
give it away.
Open up the night bots.
The nightiest of nightbots. And of course, I don't think we have anyone hanging out over on the YouTube side, but if you are welcome to join the giveaway as well.
I think it is predominantly Demon Cat, who is also in Twitch.
Yeah, which it doesn't give you 2 entries, but
Nice try.
right? No double entries. Although we should tell people it's double entries so that they watch us on YouTube. Just kidding.
But seriously, go watch us on YouTube.
No, I'm hoping at the for the global reveal they drop a few like, hey, the US event, here are these details. Scandal. Right? Hey, how you doing? New drama video inbound.
The drama alert of ESO stream team
Right.
members.
Stream team members lying about giveaways.
Double signups, more like double lies.
I'm gonna make like the clickiest of clickbait videos, and I'm gonna even put that in the title, so that you know that it's clickbait. And it's just gonna be like, I'm just gonna like drag it out as long as possible to get people watching as long as possible before I be like, so. Anyway, there I was. We're talking about ESO. I talked to some guy, and here's how I met them, so you know it's legitimate. And it's like I just tell like this long story, and then like 20 minutes in, I'll be like, okay, so here's what I heard. There's a global reveal every year, and people are gonna sit there and flip their computers and things like that, and be like, "What did I do?" And the title's gonna be, you know, ESO behind the scenes, 2024. Parentheses, definitely not clickbait.
Well,
You just
if
described the Destiny video community, yeah.
if you I know I loved Duma's thumbnail the one day, and he's Microsoft paint puppets for validity.
Not enough red arrows.
Right? No, Duma did a fantastic thumbnail. The Destiny video community words and wings. Yes, words and wings. Duma put like #1 clickbait video or something in like the words with the wings. I was dying. That is my favorite. It's still I think Duma still has that one up. I think that's the thumbnail for it still, but it's like, you know, yeah, the little like like the leaves and stuff that, you know, usually bracket like, you know, a game award winning, you know, blah 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 blah. And yeah, Duma just put clickbait. Literally like clickbait. It was perfect.
I would lose all legitimacy after that. But if I can get like an extra 20 minutes beforehand, think about it.
But yeah, no, it's I don't. None of our videos cater to the thumbnail meta, and that's probably why we're not doing so hot. But
It's like, there's too many metas. There's thumbnail meta, title meta. I'm just like, I just want to make the videos I want to make. I don't have time for this.
I barely do meta in ESO. You think I have time to do it on YouTube? Let's be honest.
It's the thing of I don't watch the quote unquote meta videos anyway, and I'm making videos that I would want to watch. So it's like, all right, well, whatever.
it's exhausting. Honestly, it is. It really is. Like I think that's the thing, and that's why you have to be like full time to be a successful content creator. Because I don't have the amount of minutes in a day it takes to figure out if I need, 3, purple arrows on the video, or if I need like 6 red ones, and if the text needs to be yellow and bold, or skinny and blue. Like I don't have time. I don't have time. It really is exhausting. Like, I'm just gonna keep doing whatever it is I like to do at this point, and I will fail doing the things I love instead of failing doing the things I hate. It's wild. It's wild. People are wild.
They are wild. Wild and out. Wild and out. Actually, that's what I was gonna make tonight's title. Wild and Out Wednesday, and then I figured I'd probably get hit with a copyright suit. But
Fair.
if anyone of importance ever saw it.
It's fair. Yes, as some of you guys have figured out, there is the giveaway open finally. TFT crowded chat. We're gonna give away the muscles emote.
I feel like Sarah needs that, so she can taunt George.
We haven't actually played that much in game together recently.
What?
I hopped on a character level with her during New Life, but outside of that, she'll just run story stuff on her own.
That's fair.
I know we have to finish the Necrom story. Actually, we got so caught up in everything. It was just chaos at all times. So we didn't actually finish the Necrom storyline. So usually we do it like off stream. We get some snacks when we put our headphones on, and Nine and I just like group up, go offline, and we just run the storyline. And we haven't. We gotta get our butts in gear with that. But
You got 1 week, because they did confirm that it's the Necrom story that's being continued.
it is.
Yes,
I know.
because
I did see that.
the
I
whole
did see
debate about
that.
that, I
So I'm
remember.
like, oh, dang it.
All right. Whatever, fantasy. Trademarked. Okay. I don't know
they would
legalese.
like to
That's why I have a
copyright
lawyer.
it. They would hope to.
That's why I have a lawyer. So I don't have to know these things.
Yeah, my bed for business. Oh, Nello. Well, I mean, if you still infringe upon
I
trademark.
don't know. I think he's in bed somewhere.
What?
He's asking. Fantasy was asking where Dark was.
He's playing Destiny, so he's kind of like half listening in tonight.
Oh no.
People like me have really done any of the Necrom. We get a second chance. So kinda, you're gonna want to do Necrom. So it kind of like puts a little bit of a rush on people getting through Necrom, because they're gonna continue where Necrom left off. They are going to pick up and do another year of the Necrom, continuation. That seems to be what they alluded to.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be Morrowind,
Kind of
Clockwork
like
City,
Blackwood,
Somerset.
Firegrave, Deadlands, that style.
Yeah. Instead of getting a zone DLC that concludes Necrom, we're getting another expansion, which I think pacing-wise will also just be really, really good, because some of the year-long stories felt a little rushed by the end, because they're trying to figure out this good balance of, we have to tell a standalone story in the zone DLC, but then also have it conclude the expansion, which it was a really tricky balancing act, and there were some years where it worked better. I think the Elsewhere year was the best iteration of that. Other years, it felt like they were trying to compress too many stories into like a short amount of time.
Which is another reason why I think the method that they use, like where again they're releasing like just like a couple DLCs, as opposed to doing something big every quarter, is going to be a lot better for them as a whole, as well as for the player base.
I think it'll be much more sustainable for the devs, for the writers, and so on. They're not going to necessarily burn themselves out on like, oh, how do we add another zone? How do we add more to the story? How do we make sure that we're still telling like a standalone story for the people who are buying the DLC but didn't buy the expansion? Because you have to account for all of that. And
make sure that from the lore master side of it, that nothing is conflicting and becoming paradoxical. And if it does, that you have a good workaround, because we don't. I'm sure they want to alleviate the potential of using the wrong map again and anything similar. Not sure if you heard about that one.
What?
People using the wrong map.
What?
And all of the drama that ensued because
they used the wrong map.
The map was different than what people said it should have been.
Yeah.
So, which again is there are obviously like major structures that, like for example, let's say hypothetically White Gold Tower, right? Let's take White Gold Tower for example. If it did not exist in Oblivion or Morrowind, that would make sense. That people could potentially riot if it in ESO it got destroyed, crumbled and all that, whatever, and they did something a huge piece like that, and then you go 5 to 1,000 years in the future, and all of a sudden it's back in its former glory. Well, yes, now that's a huge thing to kind of like compete with, right?
That was an argument against Ebonheart, I think, or not Ebonheart. Was it Ebonheart? Hold on, I'm gonna mix up all my names right now. Yeah, that was an argument against Ebonheart being a city in like mainland Morrowind in ESO, because you had Ebonheart as an imperial fort, as an imperial almost like naval yard in the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. In Vardenfell, you had the arguments against, oh, why is Seyda-Neen in the Morrowind expansion when Seyda-Neen was part of the imperial colonization efforts in the Elder Scrolls III, which I believe I had read that Seyda-Neen was actually added to the Morrowind expansion because playtesters were sad that it wasn't there, and they were like, this isn't recognizable enough to me.
Because like I said, it's Seyda-Neen is all the way in the top of Morrowind. So I said, so there's like little things like that absolutely they want to make sure. And like I said, when you, like you said, say, hey, by the way, for lack of a better term, is you have a week to, get this all done and make sure everything makes sense. Yeah, now there's a problem. It's like now it becomes sloppy and there's plot holes and things like that. Just like you said, undue stress.
The person not playing these games for the lore, it's like y'all are speaking another language. I feel, you know what, honestly, Collector, though, I do get lost in a lot of these. If you haven't noticed, I've zoned out a few times. Just I am very new to Elder Scrolls as a lore base. I rushed through my first like 6 years of playing this game. I just like clicked through stuff like dialogue and turn in the quest. That's what I did, and I kick myself for doing it, and I really do, because in the last couple of years I actually started playing and reading and enjoying the lore side of things and like starting to figure things out, and now I'm just behind. Now I'm just so behind and trying to get through it all. But I do regret clicking through it. I regret clicking through everything. Oh, you didn't just retain it? That's fair. I don't retain most of it either.
I don't retain anything useful in life. It's like, oh, Spanish class, nothing. Math, nothing. Oh, Elder Scrolls lore, all right.
You paid too much
This I can do. This I can manage.
Right?
Right?
What job is that going to get me?
Entire history of the aliens.
I mean, it could
I guess
get
the one
you
that I'm doing right now.
a job as a lore master.
There you go. That sounds very stressful. Give me something below that.
Content
Like
creator?
I'll get his coffee.
The intern.
Ooh, yeah, I could get you Lore Master's intern.
Right?
That
Assistant.
sounds fun. I imagine that there are any number of people who would kill to be, like with a lot of fun industries, kill to be like part of that whole, a part of like games like this, right?
The record-keeping team almost. They had it for
Yeah.
Star Wars. They had the Holocron collector, whatever the name was for Star Wars, and then I know he was very mad when everything got reset.
Right. And so, like I said, you have these people, and I imagine there is, like I said, people who want to be like, you know, look like Doctor Who or any of those shows or whatever, who are like, oh my god, I would love to write for the show, even write an episode, let alone, you know, an entire arc. Keeper of the Holocron.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Now you slow down a bit more often. Yeah, as I said, I kick myself for doing it again for so many years of just skipping stuff that, like, if you actually get to sit down and like read it and immerse yourself in it, it's incredible. It's incredible writing. Incredible writing.
And like I said, even the little tidbits that they throw in there, like those little lore books. If you go back and read the lore books, any chance I get to have the lore masters, because I know like Katie, Katie,
Gone crazy. Yeah.
yep, has like a reward, or I know sometimes she does it for her charities. She did for Extra Life, where she can you can make her read a lore book, and it's really fun because, again, someone like Katie or like Lotus or Potato is they're so knowledgeable about the lore, as my headset's about to die again, that it's like, oh my gosh, I love your take on it and your reading. Like I said, one of my favorite ones are, where are they hiding? Show me. It's one of the ancient Dwemer. Yes, one of the ancient Dwemer scrolls. If I can find where they're hiding. Shaladors?
Do the quest all proper. Yeah.
Ancient Dwemer scrolls. I have them all, obviously not on this one.
The quest stories. I
wanna
think
say it's
to
3.
date, my favorite quest that actually like genuinely made me emotional was it, oh gosh, was it Blackwood? With was it Blackwood that alchemy came back?
What do you mean came back?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Alchemy, yeah. I was Blackwood, yeah.
And it
They
was
took,
it
potions
Kresh?
out of the game.
Is it Kresh? The
Kresh.
little watcher?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There was the basically like the dream quest. It was a little side quest, and you know, again, you can do that through, you know, alchemy, the character alchemy, and it is probably one of the best quests in this game, and I was like so emotional over it, and like I just like I was so happy to have that quest in there. It was so impactful for me, and I was like, yep, this random side quest that they're like, oh, this will be fun to throw this in here, has no major bearing on the game, but it is my favorite quest.
And side quests in the past, well, and for a long time now, but the side quests in the past several years of expansions have been really fantastic. There have been some really, really good ones in there.
The dog that like stays at his owner's like gravestone, like
Yep.
oh Eliash, like you say, like there's so like those little ones, they like destroy me. Deshaun Public Dungeon Quest, the one where they eat their own people with my 3 nieces, and after we look at one, they're all silently crying. Aw.
There are some amazing side quests.
Yeah. Just outside the labyrinth. Yeah, there's just so many good ones. There's so many good ones. It's like, it's always these, like I said, little, it's always like the little side quests that get me. always those. I mean, I will say I wasn't like super emotional.
There's the one in Blackwood. No, I'm sorry, Blackwood. Blackreach. Is that the dog one you were talking about?
That's a different dog. They've had a couple
Pickles.
ones.
I think his name was Pickles.
Oh, Pickles is my best friend. Pickles the dog. Yeah. I'm going to keep Pickles forever. I didn't want to finish the quest because I wanted Pickles to just keep following me.
Very valid. That's now a build. The Pickles build.
Right? It's the Pickles build.
Yep.
Don't finish it.
What more do you need?
Yeah, that's like I said. There's just so many good. And again, it's those little ones. It's the little ones that get you, man. And I love it. I love it. And it's, I always say that about like writing too. You know, when you have a game, a show, a movie where you get so emotionally invested in it. That is writing done right. And I think that's what I've loved about like Doctor Who over the years is I got so invested in some of those episodes. I bawled my eyes out. Like I was so emotionally invested in that show. Like there are certain episodes I still won't watch because I know I'm gonna cry like a big baby. And that to me is a sign of good writing, right? Is you rope somebody in so well that they're in. They are 100% in, and you got them. You know it. Yeah. That I love that. That I love. Yeah, it's all high elf fiance's wife's has something to do from werewolves. And he's worried about his reputation.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a super fun one. You go fight off like griffins. She's like a werewolf still. I'm like, tell him I died. I'm like, how would I tell you? Cena, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How would I tell you to kick rocks? How would I invite you here to get eaten? So, yeah, there's some really, really good ones out there. And like I said, if you go back and read like any of the Edict Memories or the Shallow Doors Library, I said there's some really fun ones. There's actually, like I said, there's a really good one that I really enjoy that, and I'm like 90% sure it's a scroll. I can't remember which one it is, but it basically is a story about the Argonians, because the Argonians have been around since the creation of Nirn. They are the oldest race on the planet, for lack of a better term. And so the way the story goes in a nutshell is this Dwemer, or this Dwemer individual is like at the village. He's like, checking things and building things, and like, but he's got this like really terrible attitude, and like he's got like this, for lack of a better term, he treats this Argonian like a slave and beats her and things like that. And the kids are just like, hey, what can I do to help? Can I earn some money? Like, can I get you some water or something like that? And he's like, get out of here. And he's like just super mean to them all the time. It's just a super nasty individual. And people are, the other villagers are like, to the Argonian, his basically his slave maid, whatever you want to call her. He's like, they're like, why do you put up with that? And she's like, no, it's okay. All things will come to pass. And the next day, or towards the end of the story, is they don't see him for like a week, and they go up to his home, and he's just a mangled corpse. And they're like, what happened? And she's like, look at that, weird. All things came to pass. Really weird. Again, Argonians are vicious. Argonians don't take nothing from no one, for the record. And I thought that was just a phenomenal story.
As I said, it's just like they willingly allow stuff. Like, it's like, I don't know. I think it's funny. They're not as stupid as they are made out to be in lore. I thought for sure that was going to end in a terrible pun.
No,
not today, Sean. Not today.
Not today.
Not today. But make sure you guys get in on this giveaway. We're going to be wrapping up here in like 15-ish minutes. But, let's see. What do we got for announcements? We got a global reveal. We got this info yesterday. It's still no tell to host. You stop that. We got a global reveal coming up next Thursday. I already blocked that time off my calendar. So the it's going to follow the Xbox Showcase or Xbox Developer Direct, I believe it. I think that's what it's called.
Yes. 3
yeah.
p.m. and then 4 p.m. Did you see that the trademark for the Indiana Jones game may have leaked?
Ooh.
So we might know the title now.
Did it? Gotta be that one.
Because people.
We do not have the emote, Lady Riot, but Nine can show you guys.
Yes.
Nine can preview it for you. I think it's just flexing. I think it's just a flex.
Oh, that emote. I thought you were talking about the other one. Yeah. It's actually kind of fun. I was looking at it earlier today.
What are you talking about?
I thought you were talking about like the new one that's basically
It's
your
rough.
character goes, boom,
Come on,
look
we'll
at
give it
me.
away.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's in the crown shop.
Yep.
So,
yeah, you're being
also,
strong.
whoever ends up winning this, we need your platform, region,
Cool.
and at name ASAP, because this does leave in 10 hours, so we need to gift it before we leave for this evening. So,
That is.
yeah,
that is
get it
not
for your
live.
brawler lady. Yep. Yeah, it's a fun little emote. It leaves the crowns for in like 10 hours. So, but yeah, so like I said, next week's gonna be the global reveal on Thursday, following the developer direct. Make sure you guys have your Twitch and your ESO accounts linked, because they are going to be giving away a free emote with drops. So I'll right there for anybody that doesn't have their stuff linked. You can go right there. It doesn't matter if you're a console or a PC or whatever. Head there, make sure they're linked, so you guys get that. PCNA trial signups, you guys have those open now. What are we running? We're setting Sanity's Edge, I believe, this week. So if you guys want to jump in on that, looks like we're doing pretty good on DPS. We got a couple DPS spots left and 2 tank spots. Nobody wants to tank that.
Nope.
Great. Guess who's gonna be taking that?
Yicky.
9.
Oh, yeah, 9. Yeah.
So yeah, definitely jump in on that if you guys are interested. We got a couple DPS slots and a couple tanks ready to go. So we'll be doing that on Friday. As a reminder, we have dropped Saturdays from our schedule, so Friday will be our final stream day for the week. That's like assessing his edge, the guy tied to the bed. I know, Ash Ducky. As I said, there is nothing more awkward than going into a trial and having 12 people stand around a guy tied to a bed.
Yep. You knew what was up.
But and if anybody wants to see the letter or the little puzzle pieces, those are in the spoilers channel in Discord. You guys can chat spoilers in there. And that's what my guild does. I know. Most people don't. There's usually a lot of push-ups involved. What else we got? They did reveal the new morphable pet for this year. He is officially being referred to as Smolog Ball. It's a little illusion imp pet or imp illusion pet.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Hammer low emotes. Is there a trial that is better to start with if you've never done a trial before?
Anything we run.
So all of our trials are no experience necessary. There's definitely like your 3 easiest Craglorn trials, like Hellross Citadel, Etherean Archive, and Sanctum Ophidia. But I will say,
Hey,
I know
it's good.
trials can feel...
HRC is good.
Yeah, that's why I said the 3 Craglorns. Trials feel intimidating at first, but once you jump in, they're not as intimidating. And that's why we run these, is to kind of show people they're not as intimidating as they can feel sometimes. I will say, if you jump into any trial, if you have a good group that's, they'll explain stuff and they'll You know, they're not just gonna completely speed through it and you know, you miss everything. You'll be fine in any trial. I'll definitely say that. So, but yeah, one of the Craglorn trials, the 3 Craglorns, those will definitely be kind of on the easier side. So, I was just having 11 people standing around a guy tied to a bed and the 12 dancing as the guy is tied to, right?
Some people are into that. I'm just saying, we're not here to judge.
What else do we got? So, the what else? What else do I want to talk about? Like I said, we're gonna get a lot of information next week.
Yeah, next week is yeah, we don't kink shame as I've heard once before. I forget exactly who. I think it's Duck actually. Is like we don't kink shame, we kink WTF.
Mhm. Yeah, we do.
That's a real thing.
Also, for our VIPs and mods, you guys do get a freezy blurp walk-on sound. So if you guys want to head to blurp.com, or you can use the little control panel below. You guys can request your soundbite if you have 100,000 channel points. For those of you that may not have diamonds or swords yet, you can absolutely spend some points on one. Everybody said they had a ton of points and you guys wanted some expensive stuff to spend it on. So there, you got options.
Yeah, I put all this stuff in there for people to do and use and all that. No one seems to like them, so.
Well, that's happens when you don't tell us what you want.
I know, right?
Everybody's like, we want new stuff. We're like, cool, what do you want? No.
I give them new stuff and they're like,
I don't know about that.
Not that stuff.
I'm no longer excited.
I did hear Dark Archimedes walk-on sound.
But did I hear it? Because I'm the one who puts it in.
Yeah, I think. God damn it. I think Dark either sent it to you or requested it through Blurp. I don't know.
2,000 years later.
Now they're all gonna just spam them.
Right.
For the sake of spamming it. Excellent. I wouldn't expect anything less from you guys.
Y'all have the points. Shit, damage.
God damn it. What we got? New Life Festival is officially over. The next event coming up this month is going to be the...
Yeah, absolutely squirrel. Absolutely squirrel. Because again, when we do the trials, we go over everything. So the only stupid question, as they say, is the one not asked, and the one about where babies come from. Outside of that, everyone in there is under the mindset that we've all been new and asked a ton of questions at one point. So everyone in there is more than welcome and eager, as a matter of fact, to answer your questions before I do. Like, no, Nine, you're wrong. Here's the actual answer. I'm like, I'm just trying to help. I said they will yell at me before they yell at anyone asking a question.
Yeah, that's very true. Get into and they're a lot of fun. Yeah, they're definitely a lot of fun, and that's why I said it's honestly, trials are as fun as the group you go in with.
Yeah.
That definitely makes a difference, in my opinion. And again, that's why we run the groups we do. Everybody's laughing, usually at 9, because he's usually dead. And yes, call 9 floor liquor, you'll do fine.
Yep.
9 spends most of the trial dead, despite having played this game for 10 years.
You can't do that.
So you'll never let anyone down as much as 9 lets the group down. So
that is also very true. Well,
You
yeah,
run
like I
with
said,
us
we originally started doing all of them because just for that reason, to remove that intimidation factor, because we know there is.
Yeah.
I said,
Everybody's got to start somewhere, and not everybody has an option.
I said we've started
Someone has
brand
to
new
be
before,
more
right?
inspection. 9's not a tank, is he? No, he prefers not to tank. That is the one role he would prefer not to do. Doing trials, Lear's it's been fun to do them on lower characters again. Yeah, as I said, sometimes it's getting that fresh perspective on it again. It's nice. Pants are necessary. Well, then I'm out. But anyway, yeah. Sounds like he'd be a bad tank. Nine just doesn't feel like tanking. He's not a bad tank by any means. He's he tanks well enough. It's just it's too much
don't
effort
like it.
for him.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Oh no, it's not even responsibility. It's just the
Oh.
effort. It's nothing. To do. It's literally.
He has
the
no
fact.
problem letting people down as a healer.
Yeah.
Why
Why did you heal me? Sounds like you weren't close enough.
Yeah,
You're
sounds like
by
a you
the
problem.
door. You're nowhere near the boss. Yeah, that's not my fault.
Yeah, well, I'm alive right now, so clearly
right.
I was doing it right.
Right?
You're the one who's dead, not me. That's weird.
Well, that's what our rule here is that if the tank dies, it's the healer's fault. If the healer dies, it's the tank's fault. If the DPS die, it's their own damn fault because they stood in stupid.
That is also true.
That's how we roll around here. Vicky tank, slot it on. Poor Yicky. Yeah, I like to torment Yicky with that one.
They do.
He just doesn't want to make the effort to. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, he tanks just fine. He just doesn't want to. He's just lazy. That's all it is. No, I started out as a tank, and I was the world's worst tank.
No, you just wore the worst gear. Very different.
I was the world's worst tank. I did not help my group even remotely. I brought zero value to anything. And then I had to. Then we started a guild, so I had to learn how to properly tank because I wasn't going to be able to teach people to do things if I was doing them extra badly. So. Not this DD when I die. It's because the tanks and healers died. It's my mantra as a healer. As I said, I it's funny because like I said, I started out tanking and then everybody in the guild was like, I want to learn how to tank. So I'm like, wow, I only tank. So now I'm irrelevant. Now I got to find something else to do. So I started healing, and healing absolutely replaced tanking as my main. I love healing. I love it. The power of life and death. Hold people's life in my hands. Why am I saying my name? We were talking about tanking and trials and all of that.
Oh, Nine's not going to do it.
Of course, you got brought up as the tank. No, but as I said, it's really cool to have watched a lot of people. As I see Dath's name there. Mentioned Dath, but like to watch people, because Dath came in and was a DD and put out like 3,000 DPS, and Dath's like, F that, I don't care if I do any more than that. And now Dath, a few years later, is running vet trials, raid leading vet trials. It's I think my favorite part of having a guild and a community is watching people just grow as players and just, learn things and find what they love about the game and find their niche and all of that. So as in VDSR, the twins 30 minutes ago were all I ran, yelled right against turn on hard mode, friggin' pulled. We got to 92%. Hey, you know what? Sometimes people need a little adrenaline kick, you know what I mean? Although, yeah, I would have booted you out of my group. No. Get out. You're done. My old roommate was always playing a tank. She was always more of a DPS. I'll scratch my head trying to figure out her claim to fame was she was a button masher. I decided to be a tank initially because it was my first game, my first PC game, my first MMO. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to do a single thing. And I just needed a lot of health because I was going to stand in everything because I couldn't coordinate moving and hitting button. Like, I just couldn't do it. So I needed to be a tank so that I could have somewhat chance of living. That's why I was a tank at first. But then, like I said, I actually learned how to do mechanics and everything, and I was back. Back to being somewhat more helpful. Did we lose you, 9? Did your headset die?
That might be a yes.
He has no idea.
Yeah, he's looking a little confused right now.
He just
I'm
thinks we're
watching the
silent.
stream right now. We're just leaving a lot of dead air to him.
I know. He's
Terrible guests.
just
We're a little
looking
sad.
back and forth. He's like, "What's going on?" He's so focus faced on
I
doing
heard him for a
whatever
second.
housing he's doing that he's not even paying attention.
I heard him for
I'm
a split
sort of
second.
paying attention.
Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
okay, there you
Alright.
are.
I was trying to find like a bed without having to craft one, but I have to craft one.
Mm.
I didn't want to do that.
What are you making?
It's the guild hall. It's just the interior of the guild hall.
Oh, I'm gonna try a tank, but I don't know class or race choose.
Trying to make it look
Honestly,
prettier.
try a few different ones, Darklight, because you're gonna find something that resonates with you. Like, Yiki loves necro tanking. I hate it. I hate necro tanking. Don't make me do it. It's the worst thing in the world. So like I said, Yiki and I are two very different types of tanks, and we find joy in two very different classes. At the end of the day, with race, play what makes you happy, because unless you are at the super top end of min-maxing and you are, pushing trifecta content and looking for perfect scores on everything, it is not going to matter so much that you need to play something you don't enjoy. Dath likes wardens. Yep, warden was not my favorite. So that's why I said it's, there's a lot of different, you sample a little bit of everything. Like I said, I love the DKs. I absolutely love DK tanking. It's the most intuitive. DKs were built to be tanks, so very, shield heavy and just classic tank. Very easy to learn. Necros, wardens, they were built to be just about anything. So it tends to kind of, have a little bit more to figure out sometimes, is to be like, all right, what's the right setup to make this a tank, because it could, be anything so easily. So I would just sample a little bit of everything if I were you and see what sticks for you. Yep, Dark Archimedes likes necros. Sean likes necro tank. 9 loves Sorks. Yeah, I don't know about that. Arcanist, Warden, Knife. That's what I said. You can absolutely play any class and be any role. It is 100,000% feasible. Some are a little more trickier than others to figure out the right way to do it, but there's, like I said, like DKs are just classic intuitive. Sork tanks for some people are a little tougher to figure out. Or Templar tanks. Templar tanks is another one where you got to know your skills really well and know what they do, and you can button mash on a DK and do just fine.
Yeah, it's great.
So
I did a stork once. I did a stork. Stam Orc Stork. It's over on
Mag Elf Bard.
EU.
But all right, it's midnight. Midnight Ninetales.
Oh, you want me to whole thing now?
We have a giveaway to pull. As I said, I don't have a ton of announcements tonight. I already got through everything I had to.
How long have I been here now? I'm just realizing that.
We've held you captive.
I
You're
don't know
staying
what I don't know
forever.
what year it is anymore.
There's something about
I'm still writing 2023 on everything, so if it makes you feel any better.
Yeah.
about Clan of Fear is tanking and purposely bringing
I feels lonely without his
extra
everybody.
stuff with me. That's just like, no, I don't think I will.
1999. Oh my god. I spent the millennium in Disney World. We went, and that was an awful night. Everybody thought the planes were gonna drop out of the sky and Y2K. Ugh. It's an interesting time. Probably just sleep deprived. But we still love you. And I'll say your name if you want. You like Necro because you can abuse blast bones. Fair. Absolutely fair. But no. I was at Disney World for the Millennium, and my dad had went with like my uncle and a couple of the older kids because they could get on one of the bigger rides. At the time, they went to do a quick run, and then they were going to come back and meet with us for midnight for the fireworks and all that stuff, right? So my mom had me and my, like, 3-year-old brother. He was just under 3. And she's pushing this stroller across this really crowded... I mean, it's the Millennium. The park's at max capacity. Everybody's down for fireworks. So she's trying to, like, navigate this stupid stroller through the crowd. She's worried about me. She's got me in tow. Like I said, I was like, what, 9 years old-ish. And she accidentally bumped the back of this woman's leg with the stroller. And again, it's literally like you are rubbing up against everybody walking.
Ew.
And this woman got pissed off my mother. My mother apologized. She's like, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm just trying to get through with this stroller, whatever. And woman got pissed or whatever. Like 15, 20 seconds later, this woman comes running up behind us. My hair was in a ponytail, pulls my hair and drags me. I'm an 8-year-old child. Drags me and takes off into the crowd. I'm now crying. My brother's crying. My mom's all by herself and pissed off. So, of course, my dad's not answering his cell phone at the time. And it was just this whole mess. It was this whole mess. And my mom was just beside herself. Like, just pissed off and angry and upset and all of this stuff. Then we watched fireworks and she's like, we're going out. That we're done. I'm over this. So my fondest memory of the Millennium was getting my hair pulled by some crotchety old woman at Disney. So the happiest place I know, right, Nee? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed a park at max capacity? Somebody wasn't going to be happy. But all right, that was my story. And then I found $20. You good, Nine?
Ready, missus?
I'm ready.
Three,
Right,
2,
Sean.
1, boom! Hey, there it is.
No,
Bika!
Bika! Is Bika still here?
Buzz, 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 buzz.
Boobies.
The bee's knees. There's Bika. Excellent, excellent. Bika, remind me, NA or EU, so I can send that out to you.
And are you same as Twitch, or is your at name different?
NA Bika Best.
NA
Perfect.
Bika Best. You got it.
Excellent. All right. Everyone say thank you to Zero Period George. Say thank you to George for hanging out with us and talking lore and spellcrafting with us.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
I had a lot of fun. Once again, I don't know how long I've been on at this point. Sarah's probably just in bed already.
You had another shout out for George. You want to see some amazing mod videos and other wonderful ESO and game videos, as well as get an amazing review on ESO from a perspective that is not me. So check them out.
Fair.
And definitely not clickbait.
Well, I finally got to make the it's like Skyrim with guns joke after all these years, so
Perfect.
it's not really clickbait, but you know, it feels very fitting that after 12 years of Skyrim, I've finally been able to make that joke.
There you go.
Well, we appreciate this, and I know Nine has mentioned it before. We're actually going to be doing a little more with some collabs. So
George was kind enough to agree, which he may change his mind after tonight, but he did agree at one point to do a little collab stream with us. So we'll
Absolutely.
gladly
And hugs.
And hugs, lots of hugs.
we'll gladly see George around here again too. So
Absolutely.
All right. Collector, your time in the sun has arrived. We're going to do exclamation raid 1 if you are a sub to the channel. You can do exclamation raid 1 copy pasta that from Stream Elements. Exclamation raid 2 if you are a follower of the channel. You can copy pasta that raid call from Stream Elements. We're going to head over to the wonderful, the fabulous, the very Australian Miss Radcore. She's doing some ESO today. She probably has information. She's going over some of the stuff in the ESO site. Crown showcase stuff. Looks like a lot of Orin, the Auroran mounts coming back. When we get over there, if you don't already follow Miss Radcore, drop her a follow because follows are free. They cost nothing. That means it hurts no one. It is the best, easiest, cheapest thing you can do to support all the ESO streamers as well as streamers in general on Twitch. And additionally, when you get over there, drop all those raid calls into her chat and spam it up because who doesn't love foxes? We'll be back again on Friday for trials and fun and all sorts of good times. So we hope to see you all then and have a safe and wonderful evening.
Good night, guys.